Yeah, welcome, Susie, to the Zoom room. Glad to have you here. So let's dive into our teaching for today in the email and look at today's quote and then the daily lesson. So just give me a moment to get the live stream going. All right, so let's sort it out. Share my screen. Okay, can you see that?
Yep.
All right, so if you can read the quote for us, that would be nice.
Okay. Each of us must confront our own fears, must come face to face with them. How we handle our fears will determine where we go with the rest of our lives. To experience adventure or to be limited by the fear of it. Judy Blume. I used to love her books.
No, really? Okay. No, you've read some of her books.
Yeah, I read quite a few as a teenager. So.
Okay. What did she write? Fiction or non-fiction?
Non-fiction, I'd say. It was just kind of good books.
Yeah. So very, very pertinent point, saying to experience adventure or to be limited by the fear of it. The adventure is really to discover who we truly are. So this quote follows logically from yesterday's one, which was about finding and living your higher purpose. Because the primary emotion that will stop you from doing this is fear. That's what stops people, blocks people. Only fear will stop you from undertaking your hero's journey of exploration into the unknown territory of who you really are. So remember the hero's journey. We have a quick look at that. There we go. It's the journey from the known world into the unknown world, the normal world into the unknown world. So you have to overcome a degree of fear because the known world seems to be safe and secure, comfortable, even though it's not that comfortable. Otherwise, you wouldn't want to leave. But at least it's familiar. The unknown world is unfamiliar. You don't know what's going to happen there. So it's an adventure. The real adventure is not going anywhere, but it's to actually change your mind about the world. To see the world with fresh eyes is the real adventure. One of the French writers said that. I use it as a quote at some point later in the program. The true adventure is not in journeying to other destinations, but in looking on the world with fresh eyes. So that's exactly what we've been doing. This work, we're changing our minds, changing our perceptions. Hero's journey is this journey into the unknown domain of our minds and ourselves that is unfamiliar. That's the real adventure that she's referring to. I don't know the sense she meant to quote in, but that's how I'm interpreting it. So live your life as a daring adventure into this domain of fearless, loving awareness. To explore that, to start to know what the truth is about yourself, and to live through that. That's an inspired and inspiring life. Helen Keller, who was both blind and deaf from early childhood, reminds us in this inspiring quote, life is either a daring adventure or nothing. Do you want to read that?
Life is either a daring adventure or nothing. Security does not exist in nature, nor do the children of men as a whole experience it. Avoiding danger is no safer in the long run than exposure. Helen Keller.
Yeah, so quite well said, actually. Helen Keller, who was both blind and deaf, and but had quite an extraordinary life, where she was an advocate for the blind, traveled the world, became quite well known as a lecturer, an author, and she was actually helped by a tutor who taught her, somehow reached her in a prison. I mean, she was in a mental prison because of the blindness and the deafness. She couldn't communicate. She was a wild child, and this lady somehow reached her and started to communicate and taught her to write and speak. Quite extraordinary. So it was unconditional love. She's the product of unconditional love. And
you did share one of that movie that time, didn't you? I really enjoyed it. Yeah,
I did. Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you watch it?
Yes, I loved it. I thought it was fantastic.
So she actually loved it. When someone like that says life's not a daring adventure or nothing, you pay attention, because she's walked the talk. She's lived her life as a daring adventure into the unknown, into exploring this unknown territory, which was in her own awareness, in her own mind. And when you do that, then the external effects can be quite profound. So she did end up having a significant impact on the world. She inspired many people, and here we are, many years after her death, quoting her again. So fear is just what keeps us from listening to our inner voice, or Holy Spirit, which is the remembrance of oneness in our own minds, that wants to guide us to live in an expansive state of mind beyond all fear. So the Holy Spirit never wants you to be limited. It's not about contraction or constriction. It doesn't know about ideas of safety and security. And these are all ego ideas. So you might ask yourself, well, fear of what? What are we really scared of? On the surface level, you may think you fear you'll fail in whatever you're attempting to do in your life. You'll be judged by other people for your failure. Perhaps you fear losing what you currently have in your life. Maybe that's money, possessions, status, special relationships, health, and of course, ultimately, your human life. So these are all things that people attach to. All of it's temporary, all of it is changeable. And so if you attach to it, then it's natural that you would fear losing it, because at some point you will. But that's just the surface level of fear. So that's kind of a deception by the ego. Convince you that the real cause of the fears is on the surface level outside of you, in the perceptual world. So when we talked about this diagram, this is conning you, really, trying to convince you that the reason for your upset, reason for your fear, is because of some perceived external threat. So it's on the level of perception. But actually, the real reason is much deeper. It lies at the level of your core belief about yourself, and then that ripples up through the thoughts and emotions that you experience consistently. So what you really fear underneath the surface level of fear, the things in form that you fear losing, is that you'll lose your special identity. And so that's a deeper level of fear, otherwise known as your ego. So that's what the ego is really terrified of. You'll somehow lose your identity. You'll cease to exist, called existential anxiety. So your imagined existence as a separate ego self is threatened by any attempt to overcome fear and live a more inspired life, which you're open to the flow of life and wanting to follow its guidance without resistance, because fear is just the resistance to this flow. So you're trying to overcome fear, and actually what the ego fears is that its separate self, its separate existence will be undone. And so it resists that. And that separate self is the cause of your fear. You remember the metaphysics? Let's just go back and have a quick look again at those. Go back to our diagram. Where are we? When we're down here, there we go. So the reason why we fear is because we've identified ourselves as a separate self. We believe in separation. We believe we have an individual self. And then guilt and sin must arise in our mind because we think in order to exist that we have destroyed love. Right? We've destroyed oneness in order to have a separate identity. That's the equation. That's what the ego believes. And because we've destroyed love and oneness, we are guilty of this terrible crime. It's an awful thing to have done, and now we deserve to be punished. And so that's where fear arises. False expectation of punishment appearing real, which then gets projected out, and we see it as outside of ourselves. So that's another level down the ladder. And now we see the fear in the external world that we've invented. And that tells us that, what you fear is outside of you. You fear losing something that you value. But actually you fear because of the separate identity that you've made and the guilt and the sin that you experience. That's the real reason for your fear. And then, the fears on the surface level are just a projection of that, extension of that. So it's one level removed. So what we've got to do is we've got to track back from, okay, well, I think I'm fearing, let's say, the loss of a relationship or the loss of my money. But actually, if I'm honest, what I'm really fearing is that my separate self will be undone. That's the deepest fear of the ego. And so it will resist all attempts to overcome fear because fear keeps the separate self alive. Fear is part of the guilt-sin program. It's an extension of guilt and sin. Guilt and sin lead to fear, false expectation of punishment appearing real. So it's all bound up with this insane thought system. When you start to challenge it, then the ego pushes back and says, "No, focus on the external." It's a very good distractor device. So it gets you to focus on the external seeming cause of your fear, and forget that actually the fear is in your mind. The fear is invented fear, all of it. And the external fear can't be real because this isn't real. This false expectation of punishment appearing real is not a real thought or belief. But it's real as long as we believe it. If we choose to believe it, then it's real for us. It seems to have real effects, and we see those effects in this world all the time. Okay, so any questions on that? Just to go into the metaphysics, understand where it's coming from. So the true adventure is to go beyond all of this, to go beyond the sin and the guilt and the fear, and climb this ladder, and climb back up the ladder of separation that you went down, and you start overcoming these hurdles: the guilt, the sin, the fear, the sense of an individual self. The top level, just the idea of separation itself. It's an egoic idea that there is a separate awareness going on, the thoughts of separation itself. That's the hero's journey, is to overcome that, unite our minds with who we really are, and then reinterpret the entire dream. So as we go, we still live in this construct for a while, but you no longer believe in it. Your belief is only in pure formless awareness of perfect love. So that guides your thoughts, your words, and your actions, and it will guide you to live in an inspired way that doesn't honor fear, that overcomes fear, because it recognizes that fear doesn't really exist at any level. So this is the true adventure. Today's quote refers to undertaking the hero's journey of changing your mind about yourself, seeing everything with fresh eyes, rather than traveling anywhere, going on an adventure in the world. That may happen, it may not, but the real adventure is the journey into yourself and the transformation of your perception. So you may not go anywhere on this hero's journey. You may stay exactly where you are in your current life situation. Nothing really changes, except everything changes. Your mind has changed. By going on this journey, your thought system, your self-concept, the extension of that self-concept into your life, your actions, your thoughts, your words, your actions, your behavior, all of that changes if you go through this process. It's a profound transformation. Okay, so remind yourself of this frequently by reading today's quote whenever you read the lesson, and it's part of the spiritual practice. There's that session, which is a good one if I recall. I haven't watched it for a while, but we talked about this issue of facing and forgiving your fears in some detail.
I did fall asleep doing that meditation, which I was very surprised at. I don't normally tend to fall asleep now at meditation, but I did. It's weird.
Okay.
But it was a good one to watch again. I think I've watched it before as well, to be fair.
Yeah. Good. Okay. So that brings us to our lesson for today. It's the last of our review lessons. Lesson 60. So if you want to read the original and then the translation, read the original and then the translation line by line, and then we'll discuss it. And once we've done all 5, we'll meditate on it. So God is the love in which I forgive.
God is the love in which I forgive. God does not forgive because he has never condemned. Love does not let go because it has never condemned. The blameless cannot blame, and those who have accepted their innocence see nothing to forgive. The blameless cannot blame, and those who have accepted their innocence see nothing to let go of, yet letting go is the means by which I will recognize my innocence. And that the wrong way around, yet forgiveness is the means by which I will recognize my innocence. It is the reflection of God's love on earth. It is the reflection of perfect love on earth. It will bring me near enough to heaven that the love of God can't reach down to me and raise me up to him. It will bring me near enough to the state of pure formless awareness that pure formless awareness of perfect love can reach down to me and raise me up to it.
Okay, so any thoughts on that one?
No.
God is the love in which I forgive. So love is never condemned. The blameless cannot really blame. If we accept our innocence, we accept that we are just pure formless awareness, which is the same as perfect love, pure formless awareness of perfect love. This is the awareness in which we let go. Because in that awareness, there's nothing to hold on to. There's no fear, there's no anger, there's no guilt. None of those thoughts and emotions exist in that awareness. So it's quite well said. Pure formless awareness in our alternative version. Pure formless awareness is the perfect love in which I let go. So in that love, everything's let go of. There's nothing else. It's just pure formless awareness. So this is what forgiveness really means. It means letting go of any blocks to this awareness and just abiding in this awareness. So you don't really forgive anyone else. You simply let go of any thoughts of sin, guilt, fear, attack, any of those egoic thoughts and emotions simply don't exist in pure formless awareness. When he talks about innocence, I'll recognize my innocence. And goes the means by which I'll recognize my innocence. So innocence is another pointer to the truth. When I let go, I recognize my pure formless awareness, perfect love. Because what remains when I've let go of negative thoughts and emotions is that awareness. It's nothing else. So it's a very simple idea, isn't it? It's just so, forgiveness is so simple. Okay, just remove whatever's blocking this awareness, and what's left is this awareness. But the practice of it is, is a lot trickier, because we don't always know. The ego masquerades, and we don't know that actually everything, most of what we think and feel, is a block to the awareness of love's presence. It's not what we really want. We think it's normal. We think this is how life is. You know, these kinds of thoughts and emotions are normal, when they're actually completely insane and abnormal. But the sane has become the insane has become seemingly sane and normal.
It's the word innocence that I think we all trip up on. It's not something we use much, is it?
No, you won't see that used very much in popular press, or even in novels. You know, innocence. It's normally associated with babies and young kittens and lambs and so on. Not with normal functioning adults. You wouldn't say, "Oh, I see you as so innocent." So I go, "What you're talking about?" That's a bit weird. But the innocence is another pointer to the state of pure formless awareness, of perfect love, because it's completely innocent of any other thought. There's nothing else going on. So the idea that you've done anything wrong, that sin and guilt exist, that fear is there, none of those thoughts exist in the innocent state. You're simply as God created you, resting in this pure formless awareness of perfect love, and there's nothing else. There's no other awareness. Okay, so any other thoughts on this one?
Mm.
The last sentence is significant. So when we do this, it will bring us near enough to the state of pure formless awareness, that pure formless awareness of perfect love can reach down to me and raise me up to it. So if you look at the Holy Trinity, this is really just symbolizing what he said. So, you know, we seem to be caught up here in the experiences of time and space, living our lives. If we're living it from the ego's perspective, then this is all there is for us. This is reality. And now our job is to correct our perceptions systematically and progressively by bringing oneness, bringing the idea of the one self and oneness into those perceptions, and letting go of these negative misperceptions, negative thoughts and emotions. And if we do that, then we get close enough to the state of pure formless awareness, which is this top level. Yeah, we get close enough to it that it, as he said, you know, symbolically reaches down to us and raises us up. I would call it, but I guess that's appropriate in the context of this diagram. But it could also be symbolized as a sinking inward. It's like a deepening in. You just kind of merge into that awareness. You're so close to it. The mind is already so healed, and you believe only in oneness, that this pure state of pure formless awareness of perfect love is just a kind of a merging, one little step away. And then he says a number of times in the course, God takes the final step. So you just really merge into this. You don't have to worry about that final step. If you've corrected your mind to the extent required, then it just happens. Your mind just goes there. You merge into this, and that's it. That's the end of the game. End of the dream. Your body wouldn't last very long if you're still in the body. Would disappear, and you merge back into your source, and there's nothing else. The idea of being a separate self and the world that's invented simply fade away. Okay, does that make sense? So that's the Holy Trinity, and that's what we do. We're correcting our perception on this level, call it level 2, by bringing in the idea of the one self, oneness via the one self, Christ, and that idea of oneness corrects our perceptions, which then brings us into a state that's so close to pure formless awareness of perfect love that it's inevitable that we merge back into that state, and then the journey's over. So all of this mind training forgiveness is working on this level, from level 2 we call it, and then there's this kind of intermediate level of the Christ. It's designed, all the forgiveness is designed to raise us up to this awareness and help us stay in this awareness, that I am one self, I'm the true self. I share that with everyone else, so there's no separation. That's possible. And then I'm very close. If I remain rooted in that, no matter what seems to happen here, I'm very close to the state of pure formless awareness of perfect love. It's not a long way away, and God takes the final step. So this awareness just kind of merges without, kind of surrender into it. If it's our natural state, it would just be a kind of merging, a final letting go into it. And then that's all there is, and you would remain there in this deep peace and stillness for all eternity. Okay, so happy with number 1, that's lesson 46. Move on to number 2. God is the strength in which I trust.
God is the strength in which I trust. It is not my own strength through which I forgive. I do not let go through my own strength. It is through the strength of God in me, which I'm remembering as I forgive. It is through the strength.
You want to just translate it as we go, read the alternatives?
Yeah, that's what I've been doing.
Mm-hmm.
It is through
okay, the first one was the same. I do not let go through my own strength.
Mm-hmm.
So letting go and forgiveness are synonymous. And when I let go of any negative thought or emotion, it means I'm forgiving. Yeah, so that's a very important point. Anyone listening, letting go is forgiveness is really just letting go of our negative thoughts and emotions. That's all it is.
Right.
Okay, let me carry on.
Was that the second one? Because I thought I just read the second one, or did you want me to do that one again? It is through the strength of God in me, which I'm remembered as I forgive.
And then read the alternative.
It is through the strength of perfect love in me, which I'm remembering as I let go.
Yeah.
As I begin to see, I recognize his reflection on earth. As I begin to perceive truly, I recognize its reflection on earth. I forgive all things because I feel the stirring of his strength in me. I recognize its reflection on earth. I let go of all things because I feel the stirring of its strength in me. And I begin to remember the love I chose to forget, but which has not forgotten me. I began to remember the pure formless awareness of perfect love. I chose to forget, but which has not forgotten me.
Nice one. Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I can relate to that myself, actually, to be fair. I have had moments where I'm kind of remembering the love that I chose to forget, or you don't realise you're doing it until you read something like this and think, oh, wow.
The world is the temptation to forget this pure formless awareness of perfect love. We're here because we have forgotten it, and our task is to remember it while we're here. And then, that's the only purpose. There's no other reason. There's no other purpose, and that is their strength. Do not let go through my own strength. So we call on the strength of perfect love to help us to let go and merge with it. And turn our minds to it. Do you understand why pure formless awareness of perfect love is strong?
Yeah, I always used to think to myself when I was going through stuff myself, and I thought to myself, I'm still here, there's something. So now when I reflect back on my life, I can see that the love, the strength is love within you that keeps driving you forward. But I didn't realise it was that. I've even put in my book something that I don't believe in God or anything like that. But wow, you're thinking to yourself, well, what was it that took you forward? And then you're thinking, oh my gosh, it was that love within. But I hadn't realised it was, you know.
Yeah, there's something there. This awareness, because it's undivided, it doesn't have any flaws. It's not tainted. This is the source of strength. There's no flaw. There's no break in it. We can go there and we can recall it. This, it's pure. It's undivided, and so it's the source of strength. Anything that is split doesn't have any real strength, because the split means that it's not pure, it's not holy, and that it's compromised, and that's the ego's thought system. Pure formless awareness of perfect love is the strength in which I trust. So it's always there. I can always tap into it. It's there in every situation, never really gone away. And my only job here is to recognize that. And when I'm tempted to forget this, to remind myself, okay, this love is still there. It hasn't really gone away. I can draw on its strength. And I choose to do that. I choose to forget the ego that denies this and remember this truth. Okay, so any other thoughts, comments, questions on number 2, lesson 47?
Nope.
Okay, 48, there's nothing to fear.
There is nothing to fear. How safe the world would look to me when I see it. It will not look anything like what I imagine I see now. How safe the world will look to me when I can perceive it truly. It will not look anything like what I imagine I perceive now. Everyone and everything I see will lean towards me to bless me. Everyone and everything I perceive will lean towards me to bless me. I will recognize in everyone my dearest friend. I will recognize in everyone my dearest friend. What could there be to fear in a world that I have forgiven and that has forgiven me? What could there be to fear in a world that I have let go of and that has let go of me?
If I've truly let go and I have no attachment to this world, it means I have no expectation of any outcome, then how could I fear? I can only fear. Fear is about the future. So in order to fear, I must have an expectation of some future outcome. Or if I've let go of the world and I recognize it's all false, there's no expectation of any future outcome. So I can't fear. Not possible. So when I let go of the world, then the world lets go of me. And the world is the product, remember, of the ego mind. So I've let go of the ego, the belief in separation, and then that belief in separation lets go of me. Because I no longer have it in my mind. I no longer host it. I have to play out these insane ideas. I seem to believe them. It's a very simple lesson. There's nothing to fear. There's nothing to fear. It's so simple. There really is nothing to fear. But if you want to perceive illusions, then there's plenty to fear. If you want to believe in illusions and you want to go down the road of expectations and binding your mind into an illusory world, then there's plenty to fear. So it's a choice. How do you want to perceive the world? Which thought system do you want to believe in? Okay, so any other thoughts on that lesson? Very simple, but it's a great one to remind yourself. If you're feeling anxious, so there's nothing to fear. Really nothing to fear. It's just in my mind. It's an illusion. I've made it up. And only because I'm believing in the illusion can I fear. If you recognize that the entire world is a dream world, the fear would be impossible. Because well, there's nothing really happening. There's nothing to fear.
Yeah, but it does make me ask the question that there is nothing to fear. And then I asked you at the beginning about this. I wonder if I still have some underlying anxiety or something within me. But then there would have been a lot of fear created in my experiences, I guess. And that's what remains in the body rather than...
Yeah, and the ego's told you from your past experiences that there is things to fear. You can be hurt physically, you can be abused, you can be starved, you can lose connection with people, special relationships, you can be abandoned, rejected. But if you believe that whole story, then of course fear is justified. Saying there's nothing to fear because none of that's true. None of it's real. Well, it never really happened. It happened in an illusory dream world to a character that's not real. So if you're going to bind yourself to that character of Susie, then fear is inevitable. Yes, you will fear because it's justified. Because look at what's happened.
I don't think so when I speak, but I believe there could be something within the body because of, I guess just because of what I said earlier, but interesting.
Yeah, so there's something there. This is the illusion. We think we have fear. We have these illusory thoughts like fear, guilt, sin. So there seems to be something there, even though it's not really there. Right? It's false. So our job is to let go of what we believe is there, the false, and then the truth will reveal itself. So in truth, we don't really need to forgive or let go, but in the practice of this, because we've believed in these things, we have to, in order to attain the state where we recognize the simple truth that they were never there to start with. Suffering is necessary until it's unnecessary. Another way of saying it. You've got to go down the track of suffering and believing in these things until you realize, no, actually, I can see that none of it is true. None of it is real. So actually, I can let go of all of it, and I can apply this teaching to everything I experience. Okay, so moving on to number 4, lesson 49. God's voice speaks to me all through the day.
There is not a moment in which God's voice ceases to call on my forgiveness to save me. There is not a moment in which perfect love's voice ceases to call on my willingness to let go, to awaken me. There is not a moment in which his voice fails to direct my thoughts, guide my actions, and lead my feet. There is not a moment in which its voice fails to direct my thoughts, guide my actions, and lead my feet. I am walking steadily on towards truth. I'm walking steadily on towards truth. There is nowhere else I can go, because God's voice is the only voice and the only guide that has been given to his Son. There is nowhere else I can go, because perfect love's voice is the only voice and the only guide that is given to its extension.
Okay, any thoughts on that?
Yeah, because I do sense that when you're present in the now, when you're really present, it's true. It's always here, the guidance is here, everything's working for you.
Yeah, this voice. So the product of overcoming fear, there's nothing to fear, is that we can hear this voice that speaks for something beyond fear. That actually gives us very practical guidance in this world. So this is the Holy Spirit talking about. We look at the Holy Trinity. It's the voice that is connected to the true self or Christ. So that's its awareness, that's its identity, and then it's able to perceive these things, all the things and people and places and events and circumstances and situations of this world, but it perceives them from the perspective of the one self, of the Christ self. So it changes your mind. You're not seeing it from a separate perspective anymore. You're not interpreting it through the ego. You interpret it through the filter of oneness. So that is called a true perception when you do that. When you change your mind from the believing in separation and interpreting everything through separation to perceiving it from the perspective of oneness, then that's a miracle. A shift in perception, a correction in perception. So all of these terms imply perception, they imply some kind of change, some transformation or shift, which puts all of this within the domain of perception, right? Because nothing changes in this. In level 1, this is pure formless awareness of perfect love. It's only eternal, perfect, holy, sinless, complete. Nothing ever changes. But at level 2, we need a guide. We need this voice to guide us in our perceptions, because everything's changing, constantly. Okay, so that helped explain the Holy Trinity and where this voice comes in. The guidance comes to help you to reinterpret the world. Without that, doesn't mean stuck here. and now you've just got pure formless awareness of perfect love and nothing in between. There's no kind of bridge. Well, it's too far removed, isn't it? You need this intermediary of a true self that can perceive and reinterpret everything in this world in order to train your mind, to correct your mind, to be ready for the state of pure formless awareness of perfect love. So that's why he's given us this thought system of the Holy Spirit, the Holy Trinity, this idea to help us. Okay, so love's voice, perfect love's voice speaks to me all through the day, speaks to me throughout the day. It's always there, and it can guide me in any situation because it's coming from my true awareness. It's always there. Any situation that crops up, I can call upon it for the guidance. And when I let go, when I forgive all of my illusions, then that guidance will come through, and I will be able to hear the voice. So as I let go or forgive, I let go of the blocks to awareness of love's presence. I drop the fear and the guilt and the sin, which are really just obscuring the truth. This voice becomes clearer and clearer. It starts to come through and guide us and say, okay, well, do this, go there. If we listen to that voice only, we become like Yeshua. We become inspired by the Christ mind, the Holy Spirit. That's all that's in it for us. It's nothing else. Okay. Any other thoughts, comments on number 4, lesson 49? Let's go to number 50. I'm sustained by the love of God.
As I listen to God's voice, I'm sustained by his love. As I listen to perfect love's voice, I am sustained by its unconditional love. As I open my eyes, his love lights up the world for me to see. As I awaken, its unconditional love lights up the world to help me to perceive it truly. As I forgive, his love reminds me that his son is sinless. As I let go, its unconditional love reminds me that its extension is innocent. And as I look upon the world with the vision he has given me, I remember that I am his son. And as I perceive the world with the vision it has given me, I remember that I am its extension.
Okay, any thoughts on that?
No.
Okay. I'm sustained. So it's a lovely lesson. I enjoy this one. I'm sustained by the love of God. So it's saying to us that we're sustained not by all of the insane things we believe in, money and pills. And the original lesson talked about money and pills and protective clothing and being liked and all the things the ego's invented that tells you, well, this is sustaining you. And he's saying, no, only this pure formless awareness of perfect love, your true awareness will sustain you. So you turn to that, you find it, and then it guides you from that state. It doesn't mean you don't need money in this world. You don't live seemingly on the surface level a normal life, but you're not relying on those things. Most people make those into false idols. Oh, well, if I just had enough money, then I'd be happy. Then I'd feel safe. If I just met the person of my dreams, then I could experience safety and love. And so we have these false idols, which are all denials of perfect love. We're looking for satisfaction somewhere else, other than in our own minds, in this state of pure formless awareness.
Mm.
It's a reminder, I'm sustained only by this awareness. It's always with me. It can never leave me. So I rest in God. I rest in that faith. I'm secure, I'm happy and confident because it's always there. And no matter what the circumstances are, I can rely on this to help me, to guide me, to support me. And if you do, then you do see miracles. You start to see how it does that. Very beneficent, loving presence. And so this is, our journey. We live our lives, the hero's journey, and we live them according to these principles. We get the miracles, which tell us that this is true and real. Okay, so hero's journey. There we go. So it's an experiential journey. Now, how do you know you're sustained by the love of God? The principle sounds good, but you know it when you test it. You have the trials, you have the failure, and then you go into this awareness. You say, no, but I still believe in this awareness. I still honor this awareness. And that's how you learn that it's always there. So the tests are necessary to make you dig deep to find it. Experience it for yourself. Okay. So any other thoughts on that? Any other lessons? Let's just have a look quickly at the sequence. It's quite useful to see how they're all connected. So God, or pure formless awareness, is the perfect love in which I let go. Starts with referencing this awareness and saying that this is the love in which you can let go of any negativity. It's the strength in which I trust. So when I go into this awareness, there's strength there, and I can trust it. Because I trust, there's nothing to fear. So that leads directly from the previous lesson. There's nothing to fear. And God's voice speaks to me all through the day. So if I'm fearless, then I can tap into my true guidance, and I get this clear direction that is coming from a voice that's beyond fear, to above the battleground. So I forgive, I let go of my fear. Then this voice comes through me to guide me, and I'm sustained by the love of God, because when the voice guides me, it will show me what to do. So if I need something on the level of form, this voice will guide me and help me to do what's necessary. So a lot of people say, well, it's all very impractical, a little bit woo-woo. You need the ego to support you. But that's not the case. That's just another defense of the ego. Because the Holy Spirit can reinterpret all of the situations in this world and guide you to think correctly, perceive them correctly, to make the right decisions, to act in certain ways that are helpful, that are benefiting you, and that then lead to form outcomes that are beneficial and that help you and support you on this journey. And that's how you sustain by the love of God. So ultimately, in truth, we are the love of God. It's our life. It's our awareness. There's nothing else. While we're here and we think we're in a human body, that comes through as, well, I'll help you with your whatever issues and problems you seem to have in this world. So it adapts. The Holy Spirit is the adaptation of this pure formless awareness of perfect love into this world to help us and sustain us here while we're here. I've seen if you really listen to its guidance, then it does sustain and support you. On every level. I shared this on the group a day or two ago, but I'll share it again for you. You remember I had that situation with a lawyer who stole some money a couple of years ago. I mentioned it. And it was, I remember the amount because I told the story a couple of times. So it was 140,000 Rand, South African currency. So a few days ago, that exact amount dropped into my account, and I didn't ask for it. There was no, asking, seeking, striving. It just happened. That came from my parents. But I didn't try and orchestrate it. And it was interesting that it was that exact amount, and it was split in two. Why that amount? Well, the reason is it was there to show me. Okay, so by the law of divine compensation, you thought you lost 140,000 Rand, but you didn't really. It's come back. Here you are. So then you start seeing that the Holy Spirit, and at the time, the Holy Spirit said, it was a very clear voice, just said, it's fine, accept this guy's offer and leave the outcome to me, leave the results to me. That was really the guidance, which is what I did. So, okay. And then, 2 years later, get exactly the same amount into your account. Now, that's not an accident. That's a synchronicity. That's there to show you that you are sustained by the love of God on every level. You are supported and sustained, and that sustenance is always there. So remember that. If you get tested and challenged, remember that always. Don't be tempted to the ego's fear to block that, because the fear blocks. You see, fear, there's nothing to fear. But if you believe there's something to fear, then fear will block this guidance. You won't be able to listen to God's voice, to perfect love's voice, because you're listening to the voice of fear instead. So it's one thought system or another. And he's teaching us, how to listen to the Holy Spirit's thought system. And he's saying that ego's thought system simply isn't real, doesn't exist, doesn't serve you at all. So let it go and accept only this love of God, your form of awareness of perfect love, as your true awareness and as your guide in all situations. Okay, so some nice lessons. That's the end of the review lessons. I quite enjoyed that, actually. There was definitely some more comes in, doesn't it, in the reviews. We did the 50 lessons. You can see why reviews. It's like, well, in the review, you get a different perspective on each lesson, and then you also get the idea that this is an integrated thought system, that all these lessons, these ideas work together. They fit together into this one holistic, integrated thought system we call the Holy Spirit's thought system. That is the complete answer, the counter to the ego's thought system of separation. Okay, so would you like to do a meditation on this, Susie?
Do you want to do one, or do you want? I don't mind going back and listening to that 16-minute one if you want to get things done, or is that it for today? Or
you can do it if you like, or we can go into the text. There's quite a lot of text to do. So, are you able to stay on and do the text?
What times? Well, yeah. I've got a couple of hours.
Yeah, okay. So
doing the meditation, I might just go
fall asleep.
Yeah, okay. And I won't be there. But it's been good, and it's been good to listen to your outcome about the money, and sharing that example so we can see.
Yeah, it's uncanny that was exactly the same amount, and that it was orchestrated that way because it was split into two payments. Rather than one. So why that exact amount? There's a reason. That's the synchronicity. That just a reminder saying, yeah, look, you never need to fear because you're always supported and guided, and the money issue, leave the money to the Holy Spirit. It's really what we all have to do. To the ego, that's anathema. The ego says, no, you can't. This is important stuff. This is worldly business. This, you have to have some practicality and some rationality. Let me organize it. But But actually, the Holy Spirit can deal much better. It's your banker, it's your financier, it's your guide, it's your counselor, it's your comforter, it's your best friend. Everything's there. It can guide you in every aspect of your life. And this is the mind training. Yes, you're saying is to accept that and give yourself over completely and say, I'm not going to make exceptions. I go, okay, well, no, my finances, that's a different issue. No, I've got to manage those myself, because I don't believe that this Holy Spirit intangible entity could do it. And then there's a lack of faith and a lack of trust, and the ego then has a hold in your mind. So it takes great learning to recognize that in every circumstance, every situation, no matter what the context, don't make an exception. That was so-called business, and I could have made an exception. I could have gone, no, this is business. This is different. I need to go after the money and not listen. But that would have been denial then of the truth. It would have kept me in the ego, and the outcome would not have been good. So I listened, and then 2 years later, this happens, and because of that guidance that I listened to, this whole thing, went to the Vipassana retreat, which was a profound experience. It really, in that experience, it was like, oh, okay, I get it. I actually get this course. I understand it very deeply. It was like an experiential understanding, and then no accident. A week later, the Art of Letting Go course kicked off in earnest. I ran it for Sue and John and Kim and a couple of others. But it was a proper 6-week process. And so that had happened because of my kind of mystic experience, and I'd listened, I'd passed that test, and I'd followed the guidance. And then subsequent to that, this whole community's grown up through really Sue and John referring people like Sally, and then through her, you, and so on. Now, if I hadn't listened and I hadn't done the retreat, who knows? Life, that could have been very different. The whole thing could have worked out very differently. So follow the guidance, and the form follows. Form follows the spirit. Be willing to listen, in every instance, and just trust that the outcome is going to be a good one, even though you have no idea what that is, how it's going to work. You just trust. So then there's nothing to fear, because you have no expectation of outcome. You see how it all links in. It's all part of the same thought system. And all these ideas are aspects of it. So he's building our thought system through all of these different aspects, these facets, all these ideas, so that ultimately it integrates into a thought system that makes sense, that's whole, that's complete, that's integrated, and we can actually apply it, and we can live by it and not make exceptions. And that's this mind training. That's what this mind training is designed to do. So it's a whole new way of thinking, a whole new operating system that you're installing in your mind through this process. Okay, so that brings us to the end of the first part of the session. Done the text, done the lesson. So shall we jump into the text?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, so done some translation already. Treasure of God. Okay, so this one is section 6 of chapter 8, called the Treasure of God. Actually, that probably needs some translation. Translate that as well. So the treasure of perfect love, shall we call it?
Yeah.
Okay. So number 1, you want to read that?
You going alternative?
The original.
Oh, the original.
Read original. There's quite a bit to translate here. There's God, Kingdom of Heaven, Sonship. So read original, and then the alternative sentence after that.
Sentence by sentence, you want?
Mm.
Right, okay. We are the joint will of the sonship, whose wholeness is for all. We are the joint will of the extension, whose wholeness is for all. We begin the journey back by setting out together and gather in our brothers as we continue together. We begin the journey back by setting out together and gather in our companions as we continue together.
Interesting. That's kind of how this, this process of the course has worked. We set out together, we gather in our companions as we continue on together. It's like a journey, the heroes taking the hero's journey together. And that's what unites this community. Everyone's on the same path, we're all going in the same direction, we have the same purpose. So there's a natural connection between people, despite their different countries, different locations, and whatever differences in life situation. The common theme is, well, we're all journeying. We're all on this hero's journey back home. Number 3.
Every gain in our strength is offered for all, so they too can lay aside their weakness and add their strength to us. Every gain in our strength is offered for all, so they too can lay aside their weakness and add their strength to us. God welcomes God's welcome.
Now that's an important point. Just pause it there, because when we're talking about this community, it's very relevant. Every gain in our strength is offered for all. So when someone has a shift and they share it on the group, and that's recorded and the other people listen to it, it's offered to all, isn't it? Offered to everyone. That miracle is offered to everyone. So that other people can learn from that. They can be inspired by that and say, well, if it's going to happen for Jono or Susie or Sally or anyone who's shared, then it can happen for me too. That sharing, I think, is a very important part of this whole process. Inspires us all to carry on. So the beauty of this is the miracles don't always necessarily have to be my personal miracles. They can be anyone's in the community, and I can tap into that. So instead of one experience, I've got 20 experiences that I can tap into and share. In practice, there's maybe 10 people who are participating actively, but there's 20 members. So it's, let's say, 10 or 12 people who are sharing in these sessions. So I can now tap into the miracles of 10 or 12 people daily, and those can come through and inspire me. So the Holy Spirit's got a whole lot more to work with to help you and inspire you. I think that that's the power of this community.
I think that's so true though as well, because when you do share, I was listening to Sally's the other day, and that was really it was amazing. It was like you take so much away from whoever shares. You can relate to it, or you could be thinking, oh my gosh, that's what I was doing the other day, or I was thinking that, or oh my gosh, I was thinking that, and now they've said it. And yeah, you're right. It's a real good it's a good vibe, isn't it? It's a real good well,
you can learn through others' experiences.
That's
the benefit. So it's not just yours. You can learn sort of vicariously from theirs, and the miracles that happen for them can inspire you. So you can go, well, there's evidence in their experience of this of this truth showing up in form, so that's exactly what we're doing here. Sharing every gain in our strength is offered for all, and then you come on and you share it via the group. either in one of these sessions or sometimes people just do posts on the Telegram group. I'd encourage you and anyone else to share, because that gain in your strength is offered to everyone. It's an offering to the whole group. You're saying, well, you can do this too. I had a miracle. I'm feeling supported, guided, inspired. So can you be, and I'm sharing that, giving you access to that as well. Okay. So number 4, perfect love's welcome.
Perfect love's welcome waits for us all, and it will welcome us as I welcome you. Forget not the kingdom of God for anything the world has to offer. Forget not the kingdom of pure, formless awareness, of perfect love for anything the world has to offer. Do not forget. Do not forget.
The kingdom is remember, the state.
Yeah.
State of pure formless awareness. Pick up the second one. State of pure formless awareness for anything the world has to offer. So in this state is the complete replacement for the world, and the world is the denial of that state. One of the key insights I had after my kind of mystic experience in the Passion retreat was that the world is just a covering over this pure formless awareness that I'd experienced. And all of the thoughts and emotions that seem to deny that awareness are just triggered by this illusion. So it was just like I suddenly got it. I see. So we've invented this whole thing outside of us that triggers us, so that now all of these crazy thoughts and emotions are justified, and all of that is designed to cover over this awareness which I've just accessed and I've just experienced, and that's what's going on. It was like a download realization after that state of pure formless awareness. That really it suddenly all made sense to me. The whole course was like, okay, I get it. It's actually really simple. That's what he's saying. The entire thing is a veil. Okay. That's why it's a veil of illusion. That's why they call it the veil of illusion, because it's been used to cover over that state. The world and all of the thoughts, the whole thought system of the ego is a cover over that state of pure formless awareness. And I was so sad that I cried. I was like, why would I have done that? Why would you cover over this pristine, perfect awareness with all of this crap? You excuse my French, but that was the word that came to mind at the time. Why would you do that? How could I do that? So you talk about beating yourself up. There's a bit of a why did I do that? That was the most stupid thing. To have thought that and gone to these great lengths to cover over this pristine, pure formless awareness with this world that just justifies all these insane thoughts and emotions. And I did that consciously. I did that intentionally. Wow. And now I'm kind of stuck in this prison of being in a body and seemingly living in this world, seemingly separated from the state of pure formless awareness, trying to find my way out. Wow, really? But I got it in that moment. It's like, yeah, really, that is actually what it's about. That's what you've done. And I cried. It was just so sad. I can't believe we've done that. No, that's the human condition. Is that insane covering over, that veil we've cast over the state of pure formless awareness is our only problem. If we continue to believe in that veil, so we believe in what the world has to offer, we believe in the veil of illusion, which then justifies the insane thoughts and feelings of the ego. See? So then we remain in the thought system. So the two go hand in glove. we attach to the world, we make it real, then the ego is in business, and those thoughts and emotions become very real to us. Okay, so can you summarize that, Susie, in just a minute or two? What is he saying here in summary? Paragraph 1.
What's he saying? Is it all about your will to remember that perfect love is always with you? To remember the strength that you have and not to forget it.
No, I think the key thing here is the joint will. He's saying, it's about a journey we take together. So it's the community. He's talking about a community of companions who journey with you, and every gain in your strength is offered for all. In the Buddhist teaching, they have, you take refuge in 3 things. You take refuge in Dhamma, which is the truth. So that's pure formless awareness of perfect love. You take refuge in Buddha, which is awakening to that truth, awakening to your true self. And you take refuge in Sangha, which is the community. There's 3 things. So the community is a big part of it. So,
yeah, we've been talking about it and I completely ignored it. Because you said we and the community, but I just didn't click with that, to be fair. Not when you told me to kind of
summarize it.
Yeah.
So it's a journey we take together. We're not alone in it. And every step we take on that journey is actually given for all. One is shared. So the beauty of this kind of technology we have now is that it facilitates this kind of sharing. We can actually share our experiences in a way that wasn't possible 20, 30 years ago, unless you met face to face and you spoke to someone. Now you can share it via audios, videos, text. So it really brings this power of community into being, into service of this awakening. And you see the effects of that. So even if someone doesn't join a live call, I don't see many people for days, but they connect it. They're tapping into the whole vibe of the community, and they're shifting because of it. So that's what he's saying here, and we see how that plays out in form in our little community. After letting go community, and others, any spiritual community that's authentic, will do the same thing. But it's just the technology now has put it on steroids, so we can really see that effect. You can be anywhere in the world and you can get that effect. You don't need to go and live in a spiritual community. That was always there. Okay, we'll gather in with people of like mind. You'd have a teacher and you'd have various students. Now that's not as required. Because you can be in the community and you can tap in your daily life through this technology. So you don't have to go anywhere. I think we saw that in the 6-week course. You don't have to go anywhere. You can do it in your own home, and you're going mentally and emotionally. You're going somewhere when you join a live call. Okay, and then the final, do not forget the state of pure formless awareness for anything the world has to offer. Okay, so remember, the world is just a substitute. Form is a substitute for pure formless awareness. And you can't reconcile it. Form and the formless awareness cannot be reconciled. They are opposites. So if someone is saying, well, you can have both of these, both are equally real, then beware, because there's a split in the mind. Chap who said, no, a couple of years ago, I'm of the alternative school of non-duality. I believe that both the illusion and the truth are equally real. I'm like, no, that's not the alternative school of non-duality. That's duality. You have a split in your mind. You haven't made up your mind what reality is, and therefore who you are. So what I love about this teaching, Yeshua's so clear. He's just, don't forget the state of pure formless awareness for anything There's no exceptions there. Anything the world has to offer. So that includes anything you can perceive in form. Money, pleasure, relationships, food, anything. The truth is we're addicted to the world because we're addicted to the thought system of the ego. And this kind of mind training is the cure for that addiction, to get us out of the addiction to the world and into the state of pure formless awareness that transcends it. Okay, so let's personalize this. Where are we? There we go. Stop that. Personalize this. So it's okay. It's actually in the first person, just first person plural. We are the joint will of the extension, whose wholeness is for all. We begin the journey back by setting out together, gathering our companions as we continue together. Every gain in our strength is offered for all, so they too can lay aside their weakness and add their strength to us. Perfect love's welcome waits us all. Welcome us as Yeshua is welcoming me. I do not forget the state of pure formless awareness for anything the world has to offer. I really needs a so or something, just to link to the previous sentence. So I will not forget the state of pure formless awareness for anything the world has to offer. Okay. So you want to read that from the top, Suzy? Make sure you're happy. We've got all makes sense.
We are the joint will of the extension, whose wholeness is for all. We begin the journey back by setting out together and gather in our companions as we continue together. Every gain in our strength is offered for all, so they too can lay aside their weakness and add their strength to us. Perfect love's welcome waits for us all, and it will welcome us as Yeshua is welcoming me. So I will not forget the state of pure formless awareness for anything the world has to offer.
Okay. Do you want to read that slowly, or shall I read it to you as a meditation?
Yeah, you can read it to me if you like. I prefer it.
Okay. Yeah, well, then you get a bit of a meditation effect, don't you? So, all right. So just close your eyes. Take a nice deep breath in and out. And just allow these words to drop into your awareness, absorbing them into this empty, spacious awareness. And you're going to repeat the words after me and the gaps that I leave. So just mute yourself. Say them aloud as affirmations of these powerful truths. We are the joint will of the extension, whose wholeness is for all. We begin the journey back by setting out together and gather in our companions as we continue together. Every gain in our strength is offered for all. So they too can lay aside their weakness and add their strength to us. Perfect love's welcome waits for us all. And it will welcome us as Yeshua is welcoming me. Therefore, I will not forget the state of pure formless awareness or anything the world has to offer. So it is. Okay, number one done. So number two.
The world can add nothing to the power and the glory of God and his holy sons, but it can blind the sons to the Father if they behold it. The world can add nothing to the power of the glory of pure formless awareness of perfect love and its holy extensions.
Okay, let's do a translation here. So tend to translate glory as magnificence. So it's a bit glory. No. What do you think? I think magnificence is quite a nice replacement for that.
The world can add nothing to the power and the magnificence of pure formless awareness of perfect love.
Yeah, let's make it of perfect love. And its holy extensions. So holy would be innocent or pure. Or sometimes I do it as wholly aware.
I would have put wholly aware.
Wholly aware. Only aware extensions, but it can blind the extensions. Carry on. Blind extensions to the.
But it can blind the extensions to the source if they behold it. You cannot behold the world and know God. You cannot be.
If they perceive it. So behold is an interesting word. It's kind of old-fashioned. But you look, it's behold. You're being held to it. You know? Behold means you're being held to it by your perception. So the words tell you what's happening. It's a bondage in the mind. This is how projection perception works. So when I behold it and I perceive it as real, so maybe we should just change this. Instead of behold, we should say perceive. If they perceive it as real. That's really what we mean. You don't really have too much choice about seeing the world. You know, your senses continue as long as you have a human body and you're not blind or deaf or any of the senses are compromised. You know, these senses will come in. So but how I perceive it is key. If I perceive my sense perceptions as real and the world is real, then I'm making the mistake of denying pure formless awareness of perfect love. So you cannot perceive the world as real. Perceive the world as real and know pure formless awareness of perfect love. Okay? So, because one is perception, it's the domain of perception. The other is the domain of knowledge, which denies perception. So let me see how this is. We're talking level 1, level 2. No pure formless awareness of perfect love. That's at that level. We call it level 1. And beholding the world, holding yourself to it by making it real, is level 2. And the two contradict each other. So you perceive the world as real when you make these circumstances, situations, people, places, events, etc., all the experiences, you make them real in your perception by doing what? How do you make it real?
By believing it, by believing in the separate self.
Yeah, so you believe it, you believe it's really happened, and then you have an emotion. Emotion is what makes it real. You have a strong emotion about something, it makes it reality for you, doesn't it?
Mm.
And so thought and emotion is how we make it real. And so that's why Yeshua say, well, let's work on your thoughts and your emotions. Because those can be changed. Those can be transformed to free your mind from this imprisonment. That you seem to be bound to this illusion that you've invented through your own beliefs and your thoughts and your emotions about it. But those can be changed with mind training. Okay, so number 3, only one is true.
Only one is true. I am come to tell you.
Yeah, it's kind of old-fashioned. I have come. I think have is better. I have come to tell you.
Yeah. I have come to tell you that the choice of which is true is not yours to make.
Yeah, that's the same. If it were,
you would have destroyed yourself. Yet pure formless awareness did not will the destruction of its extensions. Oh yeah. Yeah, pure formless awareness of perfect love did not will the destruction of its extensions.
because it extends them for, let's just change that.
Because it extends them for eternity. Its will has saved you, not from yourself, but from your illusion of yourself.
The will is its awareness.
Its awareness has saved you, not from yourself, but from your illusion of yourself. It has saved you for yourself.
So saved, maybe we can make that freed. It's freed you.
Yeah. Sounds good.
Or awakened. So awareness has.
Is the awareness not the same as awaken? No.
Awakening is the letting go of your belief in the false self, in the false world, not from your. It's awakened you not from yourself, but from your illusion of your separate self. That's what he means. Not from your capital self, because that is true. That's the Christ. Not from yourself, but from your illusion of your separate self. He has saved you for yourself. It has saved you for, and then I think this would be really good, for yourself. Capital, split it, your, and then self. Capital self. Saved you for yourself. It has
Yeah.
It has freed you for yourself. It has freed you to be yourself. That's nice. It has freed you to be yourself. That's nice, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, so what is he what's he saying here in summary? Paragraph 2.
There's nothing that can deter from this perfect love. It's like a done deal, isn't it? It doesn't matter what you believe.
The world can add nothing to the power and magnificence. I mean, that's a key point. So it doesn't matter what you try and do here. All this, it's bizarre. You see, what they've done with churches and other religions, mosques and synagogues, and all these big structures and all this stuff that the gold ornamentation and the statues, and you go to the Vatican, it's all this art, and actually he's just saying the world can add nothing to the power and magnificence of perfect love. So why are you bothering with all this stuff, all these embellishments in form? Why do you need to build a huge cathedral? Do you think that's going to somehow make perfect love more magnificent than it already is? You see. So the emphasis on these beautiful structures is really actually a denial of the truth, that they are magnificent in and of themselves without anything that you do. You don't have to do anything. So there's a saying in the Bible, not by works, but by grace we are saved. So none of these works, nothing you think you do, not by works, but by faith. Ephesians. Faith. So this was actually saved by grace through faith and not by our own efforts or works. That line was actually the line that kicked off the whole Reformation of Europe. Just that single awareness, that single insight. It's nothing that you can do can really add to this. Martin Luther had that insight. He couldn't really understand the scripture, and then he contemplated it for an entire night, and he kind of broke through into another level of awareness. And he realized then that all of the works that the church said you had to do, it was selling in, the Catholic Church was selling indulgences. They were saying, well, you can actually buy your way into heaven. can get rid of your sin by buying your way to heaven, you realize that, that was false, completely false, because of that scripture. That there's nothing you can do that can really affect it, that can add to it or take away from it. So why even try? Why not just accept it as it is? But the world can blind the extensions to the source if they perceive it as real. So that's the purpose of the world, to blind us to our source. And if we perceive the world as real, then we don't know pure formless awareness of perfect love. We're out of that awareness, and we're in another awareness. We're in the awareness of form and the thoughts and the feelings and emotions, and that all seems to become real. So it becomes a substitute reality. The world and all of the thoughts that the world justifies are the substitute reality for pure formless awareness of perfect love. And then he says, only one is true, and I've come to tell you that the choice is not yours to make, fortunately. So, the truth of pure formless awareness of perfect love is inviolate. It's guaranteed. It is true, whether you believe it or not. So if it were up to us, we would have destroyed ourselves because we believed in the opposite. Fortunately, that belief is actually of no effect because the truth remains true. It's just up to us to bring it back into our awareness. So pure formless awareness of perfect love did not will the destruction of its extensions. So that idea that we've really destroyed ourselves is insane. And it wakes us up. It says, wake up to who you really are. You're not a separate self. You're not this little self living in this unreal world. You are the Christ. You are the one self. Your identity, your power, your awareness is derived from true self, derived from oneness, and then you experience that through Christ as your true self in this world. Well, let's clarify that. So it has freed you to be yourself in this world, to be who you really are in this world. And that's a necessary intermediate step. You look at the Holy Trinity, to accept the Christ, to accept your true self and live through that and perceive the world correctly is a necessary step in the awakening, because you're not going to get here just straight from here. This is an intermediate step, and this prepares you for the final step, which is taken by God. Pure formless awareness of perfect love itself merges with your awareness, and then there's nothing else. But ascending to the Christ, the true self in you, and holding to that self and interpreting reality from that self alone, interpreting this world anyway from that self alone is the key to the awakening. Ultimately, the Christ tells you that true perception tells you that this world is not real. So why are you making it so real? Why are you thinking these thoughts? Why are you feeling these emotions when it's not even real? Okay, so that's
thank you for
happy
that,
with that?
Jono. Yeah. Give me another 20 years, I might be able to explain it just like you.
Well, it has taken me 17 years. I started the course in about this time, April, May, 17 years ago. So it says it's a progression. And I spent thousands of hours on it, thousands of hours studying it, listening to it, these sessions. So if you spend that much time on anything, you start to hopefully understand it at some point. Did take me 10 years to understand what a miracle was. So it's slow on the uptake. Because I didn't have anyone interpreting it for me.
Yeah,
This kind of guidance and YouTube in this first 10 years, YouTube, it wasn't nearly the same number of videos out there. So you just you're on your own. So you have to figure it out on your own. And what's really been helpful for me is teaching it. The more you teach it, the more you understand it. I mean, I've just explained it. Well, I have to understand it to explain it. And then in the explanation, it becomes clearer to me,
And
actually.
and you do a good job.
I hadn't thought of that before.
Well,
And then it just comes up. All right, so let's do the.
is it my world can add nothing to the power?
My world can add nothing to the power and the magnificence.
And the magnificence.
Probably take out that the, it's an extra the. Power and magnificence. Perfect love and its only aware extensions. Okay, so we actually can't do anything. That phrase, it's not by works but by grace. Nothing we can do, no works we can do can actually add anything to it. It's whole and complete as it is. But the world's only purpose, from the ego's perspective, is to blind extensions to the source. They perceive it as real. But it can blind me, let's say, and all blind me in all perfect love's extensions. To our source, if we perceive it as real. So I cannot perceive the world as real, and no pure form so it is perfect love. Only one is true. Yeshua has come to tell me choice of which is true is not mine to make. A better way of saying that, come to tell me that I cannot choose. It's simpler to say that I cannot choose which is true. If I could, I would have destroyed myself. Yet pure formless awareness of perfect love did not will the destruction of its extensions, as it extends them for eternity. Destruction of so awareness has awakened me, not from myself, but from my illusion. Awaken me from my illusion of my separate self. Awaken me from my illusion and freed me to be my true self. Okay, you want to read that from the top?
My world can add nothing to the power and magnificence of perfect love and its wholly aware extensions, but it can blind me,
And blind me, yep.
and all perfect love's extensions to our source if we perceive it as real. I cannot perceive the world as real and know pure formless awareness of perfect love. Only one is true. Yeshua has come to tell me that I cannot choose which is true. If I could, I would have destroyed myself. Yet pure formless awareness of perfect love did not will the destruction of his extensions because it extends them for eternity. Its awareness has awakened me from my illusion of my separate self and freed me to be my true self.
Okay. So, would you like me to read this one to you?
Yes, please.
Okay.
I'll unmute myself.
So just taking a nice deep breath in and out through the nose, and allow these words to drop in to this pure formless awareness that you've opened up to that spacious awareness. You can drop in at a deeper level, and you're going to repeat them after me to affirm their truth in the gaps that I leave. So, my world can add nothing to the power and magnificence of perfect love and its wholly aware extensions. But it can blind me and all perfect love's extensions to our source if we perceive it as real. I cannot perceive the world as real and know pure formless awareness of perfect love. Only one is true. And I cannot choose which one is true. If I could, I would have destroyed myself. Yet pure formless awareness of perfect love did not will the destruction of its extensions. Because it extends them for eternity. This awareness has awakened me from my illusion of my separate self and freed me to be my true self. So it is. Okay, so that's number 2 done. Number 3, very short one.
Let us glorify him whom the world denies, for over his kingdom the world has no power. Let us glorify it whom the world denies. Wherever it's, let us glorify it. Let us
Maybe
glorify.
we can make that, let's glorify pure. I wonder if glorify, let us honor maybe might be better.
Is that the
Let
same
us
as
honor.
glorify?
Not glorify is more kind of, okay, you know, put it out there and you glorify something, you speak in, you know, exalted tones about it. Let us honor, but is a bit more kind of down to earth. I don't know, what do you think? Glorify.
No, I like that. I just wondered if they were similar, because I have to ask these questions because I sometimes don't get it. But no, I like honor. Let us honor.
Well,
Awareness.
we can look at
Yeah, glorified seems quite
glorify meaning. So it's quite
showy.
praise and worship. So it's praise and worship God. So that's what it's usually used in. Describe or represent as admirable, especially unjustifiably so. So often it's a little bit kind of over the top. You know, the football video glorifying violence or something. So, or to praise and worship God. But that's not really, God doesn't need your praise or worship. It's God, you know, nothing you do can enhance it. So don't glorify it. I mean, I'll give you a practical example of this. I had a situation once where I did a healing. It was a holotropic breathing session for this chap who lived in the same complex as I did, actually, same little. We had a little community. There were 2 or 4 people who lived on this guy's property. And he'd had a dark past. I mean, he'd murdered people and he'd been involved in the whole anti-apartheid stuff 20 years before. It was quite hectic. You know, so you could see he had a lot of stuff. But, you know, he asked for some healing. I was like, okay, I gave him a session. And there was a woman with me who was into, it's another spiritual part. It wasn't A Course in Miracles. It was the Keys of Enoch. I don't know if you've heard of it. It was a bit of a bizarre path, I thought, but she was really into it. And so she was very much into glorifying God. You know, I must glorify God. I must glorify the Holy Spirit. And she would have this whole routine that she did as part of our thing. We did a couple of these sessions together. She would sing a song of praise to the Holy Spirit. This was a kind of, but she'd sing it in tongues, apparently. There was some other language. You know, what it was, I don't know. It sounded like made up to me, but you know, she was like, no, it's an ancient spiritual language, and I'm glorifying God. And so, okay, well, if that's what you want to do, you know, I don't really buy into it. It all seems a bit over the top. And so we did the session, cut to the chase, and the chap was quite emotional afterwards. He was kind of crying, and he wanted to talk. He'd obviously been through some quite intense emotions. And so I sat down next to him on the bed and I chatted to him for 5 or 10 minutes because he wanted to talk, and kind of held his hand and it's like, it's okay, you know. And so, you know, there was a person in need and I connected with them and I was like, okay, well, that's fine. And in the meantime, she's busy singing her song, you know, doing a song of worship and praise to the Holy Spirit. And I just let her do her thing and I didn't really pay much attention. I was chatting to him and we kind of ignored her. And then afterwards, she was really upset and frosty. I was like, well, you know, Janice, what's the problem? No, I'm fine. I'm like, no, you're not fine. I can tell. So eventually she comes out with it. She says, no, you disrespected the Holy Spirit because you should have let me do my thing, right? I needed 5 minutes or whatever it was, or 3 minutes to do the song and this song of praise. And you should have had, you know, you should have honored that and then, you know, and then spoken to it. And I said to her, but you misunderstand the meaning of the Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit is the remembrance of love. And in that moment, when I was connecting with him, we were remembering love. It was a connection. There was oneness. It doesn't need your praise and your worship. It doesn't need these songs of praise because it has no ego. He even says, Yeshua, says in the Course, God has no ego to accept such praise. There's nothing to receive it. So all of this praise and worship and exaltation that we do is actually of no effect at all, because it doesn't add anything to source. And in fact, distracts us from the truth. In that instance, she was distracted from the simple truth that love, unconditional love, would just be present in the moment and connect with the guy and listen to him in an empathetic, kind, caring way. That's the expression of love and the Holy Spirit in that moment, not singing some song in some gibberish language to glorify, because it has no perception to accept that. There's nothing there to accept that praise. It was entirely happening in her own mind, and really was being used in analysis to glorify her own separate self. So that's the danger with glorifying. You end up glorifying the separate self, because she had the special ability. She could sing in tongues, and she obviously wanted to demonstrate it at every opportunity. Look at how special I am, because I can sing in tongues, you see. And so she was actually upset, not because of the Holy Spirit being violated. She was upset because she hadn't been honored. We didn't really pay any attention to her. She hadn't been noticed. And that was what her separate self wanted. When actually it wasn't about that. It was about the healing. The session was for the guy. It had nothing to do with her. She was just being used as an instrument, to try and help him. So do you see how that glorification can be so misinterpreted? You can glorify God. You say, I'm glorifying God, and I'm praising and worshiping God, but actually it's glorifying the separate self and the ego, an illusion of God.
Looks like English meaning changed in April to praise or honor someone or something. So you're right. Use the word honor.
Yeah, much sort of a better word, I think, to use. It's more kind of humble and down to earth. Let us just honor it. And you honor it by listening to its voice, by listening to the voice, by listening to its guidance. That's how you honor it. You don't need to sing songs of praise and worship. And you don't need to build huge cathedrals. You don't need all the rituals. You don't need all the wealth, and you don't need any of that, because God has no ego to accept that. All of that stuff is purely made up by the ego mind. So that becomes then a false God. So let us honor pure formless awareness, which the world denies. We can say that the world denies. It was the original. Let us glorify him whom the world denies. Let us honor pure formless awareness of perfect love. So very important. The world is the denial of perfect love. It is the product of that denial. Form is the product of denying pure formless awareness. It seems completely obvious. Obviously, form and formless don't go together. You can't reconcile them. But Yeshua has to point out the obvious to us, because we got so confused about what's real and what's not. So let us honor pure formless awareness of perfect love. Which the world denies. Capital which. I'm pretty happy with that. Let me just that the world denies. For over its kingdom, over its kingdom is the state of pure formless awareness. Over its awareness, the world has no power. For the world has no power. Over its awareness. Okay. No one
No one-
extends.
no one
Read the original. No one created by God.
No one created by God can find joy in anything except the eternal, not because he is deprived of anything else, but because nothing else is worthy of him. No one extends by pure formless awareness of perfect love can find joy in anything except the eternal, not because he is deprived of anything else, but because nothing else is worthy of him.
Because they are deprived of anything else, but because nothing else is worthy of them. Okay. So nothing else is really worthy of us. And so we can't find joy in anything except the eternal. He's telling us straight, don't try and find joy in form, because you won't find it. Not permanent, lasting joy. You might find these little scraps that the ego gives you, and then it changes. It doesn't last. Think of the most joyful you've been in this world, and then it changes. You might have a day that was, oh, wow, that's so amazing. We went out, a great time, and then the next day it changes. Doesn't last. So nothing in this world lasts. He's saying, don't bind yourself to it. Nothing else is really worthy of you. This world is not worthy of you. It's a delusional product of a delusional mind that's just designed to enslave your mind into believing in what's false. Okay, what pure formless awareness? So what God and his sons create is eternal.
What God and his sons create is eternal, and in this and this only is their joy. What pure formless awareness of perfect love and its extensions extend is eternal, and in this and this only is their joy.
So we'll say only, and their joy lies only. Joy lies only in this, capitalize this actually. It's an extension of truth. Okay, so to summarize, what's he saying here? Summarize this section. Let us honor.
Yes, to honor the pure formless awareness of perfect love that the world denies. Gosh, that's so true, isn't it? And no one else can find joy unless you honor that pure formless awareness of perfect love.
So we can't find what he's saying. No one extended by pure formless awareness, perfect love, can find joy in anything except the eternal. Not because they're deprived of anything, because nothing else is worthy of us. So nothing else is worthy of our belief. So our joy lies only in pure formless awareness and its extensions. The extensions of this awareness we experience as states of mind, like love, peace, and joy. We experience love for others when we understand they're extensions of the same source. So our joy only lies in this. He says, don't look for joy in the temporary, in what's impermanent, because that joy is not really joy. It's a temporary satisfaction that will quickly fade, and then it's usually replaced by a sense of disappointment, having lost something. Isn't that how the world works? We have a temporary joy. Oh, wow, that was amazing. So we seek for some kind of experience in form. It lasts for a while, usually not very long, and then it's over. And then we go, oh, I really want that state again. Let me try and recapture it. And I might do the same thing. So that could be an experience. It could be a substance you ingest. It could be food, and you try and recreate it. And then the second time around, it's not as good. And it's because you're seeking for the eternal joy, but you're looking in the wrong place. You're looking in form for that which you can't find in form. You will only find true joy in this pure formless awareness. Okay, so summary of that done, I think. So let's personalize it. Okay, so let us honor pure formless awareness of perfect love. The world denies, so let me honor. It's more personal. The world denies, for the world has no power over. So awareness, no one extended by pure formless awareness of perfect love. And find joy in anything except eternal, so I cannot. Say I am. I'm extended. I am extension of we have to change that. I am extended by pure formless awareness of perfect love. And so cannot find joy in anything except eternal. Not because I'm deprived of anything else, but because nothing else is worthy of me. The pure formless awareness of perfect love and its extensions extend, eternal, and our joy lies only in this. Okay, so you want to read that from the top, make sure you're good with it, so it makes sense, and then I'll if I can ask you to read it, then I can turn on some lights.
Yes.
It's getting rather dark.
Yeah. Let me honor pure formless awareness of perfect love that the world denies, for the world has no power over its awareness. I am extended by pure formless awareness of perfect love, and so cannot find joy in anything except the eternal. Not because I am deprived of anything else, but because nothing else is worthy of me. What pure formless awareness of perfect love and its extensions extend is eternal, and our joy lies only in this. It's a nice paragraph, isn't it?
Yeah, very nice. So yeah, would you like me to read that, or do you want to have a
Yes,
go?
please.
Read it. Okay.
Unless you wanted me to read it out, it's up to you.
No, it's okay. I'll do it.
Thank you.
So, okay, so just make yourself comfortable. Take a nice deep breath in and out. So just allow these words to drop in to your awareness and repeat them after me in the gaps that I leave to affirm their truth. Let me honor pure formless awareness of perfect love that the world denies. For the world has no power over its awareness. I am extended by pure formless awareness of perfect love. And so cannot find joy in anything except the eternal. Not because I'm deprived of anything else, but because nothing else is worthy of me. What pure formless awareness of perfect love and its extensions extend is eternal. And our joy lies only in this. And so it is. Okay. So that's number 3 done. It tells the story of the prodigal son. So, to read that, Susie?
Listen to the story of the prodigal son and learn what God's treasure is and yours. Listen to the story of the prodigal son.
It's a parable in the Bible that he's told. One of his most well-known ones, which he's repeating here. And learn what perfect love's treasure.
Perfect love's treasure is and yours.
And what your perfect love's treasure is and yours. Bit clumsy. Learn what both your and perfect love's treasure is. Okay, so then the rest of it, you can probably we'll fix there. You can probably read in the alternative version.
Okay.
Because it's so he's telling the parable again. Yeah? So this son of a loving father.
This son of a loving father left his home and thought he had squandered everything for nothing of any value, although he had not understood its worthlessness at the time. He was ashamed to return to his father because he thought he had hurt him. Yet when he came home, the father welcomed him with joy because the extension himself was his father's treasure. He wanted nothing else.
Because, let's keep it as the son, because it's a parable. So because the son himself was his father's treasure, he wanted nothing else. So that's the parable. Yeah, familiar with it?
Yeah.
So it's got some great meaning for us, because it's a story of the human condition. It's a story of what we've seemingly done. We've wandered away from our true father, our source. We've gone into the world. We valued falsely. We've squandered our inheritance. And then we feel ashamed. We feel guilty and ashamed because of what we've done. And we go, the Father will never welcome me back. But when we return, we are welcomed back with open arms, because there's no judgment of any of our so-called mistakes by our Father, source. It's simply it's pure formless awareness of perfect love that welcomes us back into its embrace as its own awareness. Doesn't say, oh, well, you really screwed up, so no, sorry, there's no access to you. You can't now have this. Because that wouldn't be pure formless awareness of perfect love. It wouldn't be unconditional love, would it? Unconditional love means there are no conditions. It's just given freely. And our only problem is that we don't accept it freely. We block it. We think that somehow we're guilty, that what we've done to deny it makes us somehow guilty, sinful, and therefore not worthy of this love. And that's how the ego maintains itself. But in truth, our source, which is our true Father, wants nothing else but us. It only wants us to become one with it, to merge our awareness with its awareness. That's all. Okay, so should have recorded that really. Let me just summarize this. So we got a complete. You want to just summarize what the parable is, your own words.
It's remembering who we are. Because he's just letting you know that story of the, it's like, if you remember who you are, and it's just remembering the truth of who you are, because if you do, you remember you're all the same, aren't you? And there's no separation, is there?
Yeah, we're not really separated from our source.
No.
We're not really separated from our Father, and we can't really ever sin. So there's no shame. No shame.
It's the remembering, isn't it? It's the remembering of the truth. Because if not, you do end up like you said.
Well, we feel ashamed of what we've done. And then we beat ourselves up and we say, I'm not worthy to go back to my Father's house. In other words, I'm not worthy to go back to heaven and be one with him. And that decision excludes us. But actually the source has no judgment of us. There's no condemnation. Somebody says, well, welcome back. No. because it's unconditional love. So the parable is a great teaching device. Through the parable, he's teaching people the nature of the Father, the true source, that it is unconditional in its love and acceptance. If it's pure formless awareness of perfect love, of course it is. It wouldn't be pure formless awareness of perfect love if it had conditions, would it?
Mm.
So it's just a state of awareness that's there. It's available to you if you allow it. If you block it and you say, I'm not worthy of it, I'm guilty, then by definition, you don't have it because you're in another state of awareness. You have to let go of those feelings of unworthiness and guilt and sin, and then that awareness reveals itself. Then you merge into it, and you realize you never really left. So the ego's, thought system of being worthless and the guilt and the sin, and it's just ridiculous. It's insane. None of it's meaningful. And the parable explains that very well. In a parable, Jesus' genius was that he taught in parables. So the story illustrated the point he wanted to make very well. And people in that time, they weren't very sophisticated or intellectual, generally, as audience, but they got it. They understood what he was saying because he used these parables so well. Okay, so summary of that done. Let's talk about apply here, I don't think, because he's telling the story of a parable. So listen to the story of the prodigal son and learn what both your and perfect love's treasure is. I suppose the first line we can personalize. So very short. So I will listen. Story of the prodigal son and learn what both my and perfect love's treasure is. I think that needs a full stop, really, rather than a colon. The son of a loving father, okay, and then that's all going to be the same. Left his home and thought he had squandered everything for nothing of any value, although he had not understood its worthlessness at the time. It's a shame to return to his father because he thought he had hurt him. When he came home, the father welcomed him with joy because the son himself was his father's treasure. He wanted nothing else. Okay, shall I read that one to you? So the meditation's complete. So closing your eyes, breathing in and out, allowing these words to come in, and repeat them after me in the gaps I leave to really internalize the truth of this great parable. I will listen to the story of the prodigal son and learn what both my and perfect love's treasure is. And the son of a loving father left his home and thought he had squandered everything for nothing of any value, although he had not understood its worthlessness at the time. He was ashamed to return to his father, and because he thought he had hurt him. Yet, when he came home, The Father welcomed him with joy because the Son himself was his Father's treasure. He wanted nothing else. Okay, number 5. Moving swiftly on. It's kind of a long one. So I read it in the original and in the alternative.
God wants only his Son because his Son is his only treasure. Pure formless awareness of perfect love wants only its extension because its extension is its only treasure. You want your creations as he wants his. You want your extensions as he wants his. Your creations are your gift to the Holy Trinity, created in gratitude for your creation. Your extensions are your gift to the Holy Trinity, extends in gratitude for your extension.
Let's just see what's going on here. Your creations are your gift to the Holy Trinity, created in gratitude for your creation. Okay. Extensions are your gift to the Holy Trinity, extended in gratitude for gift to the Holy Trinity. So by our creations, he means our thoughts of peace, love, joy. These are our extensions. Extensions are your gift to the Holy Trinity, extended in gratitude for your creation. Gratitude for your extension. So as we extend, so we acknowledge our extension. You know? We extend love and peace and joy. We acknowledge gratefully that we are extended in the same way. We are extended as love, peace, and joy. And then as we extend, we honor that. So to honor God is not to praise or worship him. It's actually to extend love. That's the true honor that you can give to your source. Okay, number 4. They do not leave you.
They do not leave you any more than you left your creator. They extend your creation as God extended himself to you. They do not leave you any more than you left your source, but they extend your extension as pure formless awareness of perfect love extended itself to you. Can the creations of God himself take joy in what is not real? Can the extensions of pure formless awareness of perfect love itself take joy in what is not real? And what is real except the creations of God and those that are created like his? And what is real except the extension of pure formless awareness of perfect love and those that are extends like its? Your creations love you as you love your Father for the gift of creation. The extensions love you as you love your Father for the gift of extension.
Okay, so let's just go back. I'm just looking at these. Just let's make sure there's quite a bit of complicated stuff going on here. They do not leave you any more than you left your source, but they extend your extension. They extend your creations. God extended himself to you. So they extend your extension. They extend your extension. As pure formless awareness of perfect love extends, not extended, extends itself as you. So it's a first person. It extends itself as you. Do you understand what he's saying here?
They do not leave you any more than you left your source, but they extend your extension as pure formless awareness. Extend itself as you. Again, is it the gifts of joy, love, peace, gratitude? You're always...
So we're extended in that state, and then as we extend, so we feel that loving awareness, and we extend it. They extend our own extension. We're an extension of source. They extend it to others as pure formless awareness, love itself to you, right? And I'm changing it to as you. Extends itself as you. As you, because you are it. You are the extension of it, but you're the same as it. There's nothing separate or different. It extends itself as you. It would be better. Okay, and count the extensions of pure formless awareness, count the extensions of perfect love. So take joy in what is not real. Hypothetical question, tautological question, because he's saying, well, obviously not, they can't. What is real except extensions of perfect love? And those that are extended.
Too much of extension of perfect love, but there you go. That's all I can see. It's okay, your extensions, it's all right. You've got to do what you're doing.
We'll accept extensions of perfect love, and those that extend like its extension. Lots of extension going on, but it's either that or it's creation. Creation's a creation, so that's the translation. The truth is, it was never created in the sense of being brought into being. It's simply an extension of what is, an extension of eternal awareness, and it's always been extended. Right? So it's not extended and that was it. It's extending right now. We would have no awareness at all if that extension didn't happen continuously. Extensions of perfect love, and those that extend like its extension. Okay? So it's kind of one line of extension of this awareness. And when we express our loving awareness and love and peace and joy, then it extends the source outwards to others. Okay, so number 7.
Your creations love you as you love your Father for the gift of creation. Bless you.
Thanks.
Your creation, your extensions love you as you love your Father for the gift of extension. Source. Extensions love you as you love your source for the gift of extension. There is no other gift that is eternal, and therefore there is no other gift that is true. There is no other gift that is eternal, and therefore there is no other gift that is true. Can you just can't see number 9 at the top. All right, so
Okay, number 9.
yeah. Oh. How then can you accept anything else or give anything else and expect joy in return? How then can you accept anything else or give anything else and expect joy in return?
What else but joy would you want?
And what else but joy would you want? You made neither yourself nor your function
You will make it, do you want? What else but joy do you want?
What else but joy do you want? You made neither yourself nor your function. Is that your extension?
No, your function is your purpose.
Brain freeze.
What is your true function? Which is to extend. It's to extend love. It's to be as you truly are in pure formless awareness of perfect love, and extend that awareness for forever, for all eternity. That's our true function.
You made only the decision to be unworthy of both. Yet you cannot make yourself unworthy because you are the treasure of pure formless awareness of perfect love. And what he values is valuable.
Okay, so you made neither yourself, you made only a decision to be unworthy of both. What's the matter? The dog's got my shoe. Kind of funny. From the you got my shoe. Oh, that's very good. Where's the other one? There? Down one. Down one. That's the shoe. Okay. Where's the other one gone? Is it like that? If he wants to play. And there's the other one. Okay. There's rescue my shoe. Put them somewhere where you can't get. There you go. Right there. All right. And sorry, back to the from the
Found him.
huh?
Did you find him?
Yeah, I found he had a shoe in my mouth. And he had my shoe in his mouth. So, yeah. My shoe in his mouth. Yeah. So,
Well, I shared a photo the other day when I came in. Mine had chewed off my sole off my shoe, my trainers.
yeah.
So it just reminded me, yeah.
Dogs, funny, lovely creatures.
You're not giving them the attention that what they want. Where were we? Number 12.
You made neither yourself nor your function.
Yeah.
You made only the decision.
Yeah, you made only the decision to be unworthy of both. Yet you cannot make yourself unworthy because you are the treasure of pure formless awareness of perfect love, and what he values is valuable.
Treasure of perfect love. That's a nice. You are the treasure of perfect love. So this speaks directly to the, the unworthiness that we know is the core program of the ego.
There can be no question of its worth, because its value lies in perfect love's sharing itself with it and establishing its value forever.
Question of its worth. You are the treasure. There might be no question. I think this would be much better if we said your.
There can be no question.
And no question of your worth. Much better than its.
There can be no question.
What was the original? No question of its worth. No, your worth. No question of your worth, because your value lies in perfect love's sharing itself with you. And establishing your value forever. Okay, so what is he saying in summary here? Can you summarize that paragraph?
Pure forms awareness of wants only its expression. Maybe wants the truth, doesn't it? And the truth is perfect love. You. Oh, John, I'm not doing it such a good job as you, so I'll let you go on and do it for me. No, do it for me. I guess I know. Because
well, just like, what's your understanding of what's he said there? What's the key message? That's really what we're after.
Yeah, that you are worthy. That, there's no question of it. You just have to accept. There's nothing to accept, because you are worthy.
Yeah. You can't really find joy in anything else other than your source, and other than extending your source. And you're worthy of your source, because by definition, by it's given, whatever you think you've done is of no consequence.
And you accept it as the truth.
And therein lies, the source of your true joy. As long as you deny that, you have that sense of unworthiness, which is at the core of the ego's existence. You will never find peace, joy, happiness, love. So that's why, when we look at the unworthiness and that whole ego program, it's the very core of this work. It's to undo that and accept that you are worthy by definition. You don't have to do anything. Again, not by works, so you said. You don't have to do anything to prove it. You don't have to prove it in any way. You don't have to praise God. You don't have to be worthy of it, prove that you're worthy of it in any way. You just accept it. But, it's given.
That's a big one, though.
So
Isn't it?
simple.
To accept that you are worthy, isn't it? But
Yeah,
yes, yes,
it's so simple. You know, this
yeah.
is the very essence of this whole teaching. Just accept that you are perfect, that you are worthy. And you know, that should be so simple, shouldn't it? You're like, well what's the big deal? Just accept. But it's a huge deal for the ego, because if you accept you are worthy of perfect love, that you are in fact that perfect love, then its separate identity is undone. There is no separate identity there for it anymore. See? So that's why we are addicted to our unworthiness, because it gives us a separate identity that's separate from pure formless awareness of perfect love. And although it's unworthy, and it doesn't, because it doesn't have true existence. See, the ego will never believe it's worthy because it's not real. How can the unreal ever be worthy? So the ego can never have a sense of true worth. It can fake it, and it can invent all kinds of self-images that seem to have worth for a while, but underlying it is always that really the ego believes that it's not worthy of existing. That's why at the very core of it, every human being has this lack of self-worth, because we don't believe actually at the core that we deserve to exist as a separate self. Because we don't really. The truth is we don't really exist as a separate self. So the entire construct of this separate self is unworthy. And so we'll never find any kind of sense of self-worth in that. And any attempts to do so are delusional. So we try and big ourselves up within the ego's thought system, and we enhance our self-image, and we try and make ourselves into something bigger and more important. But if you accept this teaching, that's all pointless and futile. It's never going to work. You can't ever find worth in this thought system which denies your true worth. So forget it, leave it all behind, and just accept pure formless awareness of perfect love is your source, and that's all. There's nothing else. So accept your true worth, and then you have to deny the ego. So that's why we have such a problem accepting our worthiness, because it denies our separate self, denies we exist as any kind of separate self. Okay, so happy with that? Translate it. We personalize it. Yeah, so pure formless awareness of perfect love. It's only its extension, because its extension is its only treasure. You want your extensions that it wants, so I want. My extensions as it wants its. My extensions are my gifts to the Holy Trinity. Extended in gratitude for my extension. You do not leave me any more than I left my source. Extend my extension as pure form source of perfect love extends itself. As me. and extensions of perfect love itself. Take joy in what is not real. And what is real. So can I as an extension of perfect love itself, take joy in what is not real. What is real, accept extensions of perfect love. And those that extend like its extension. Extend like their extension. No, it's not correct. Except extension of perfect love and those that extend like its extension. No, that's correct. Okay. So my extensions. Love me. As I love my source. Or the gift of extension. There's no other gift that is eternal, and therefore there is no other gift that is true. How then can I accept anything else or give anything else and expect joy in return? And what else but joy do I want? I made neither myself nor my function. I made only the decision to be unworthy of both. And I cannot make myself unworthy because I am the treasure of perfect love. And what it values is valuable. Give me no question of my worth. So my value lies in perfect love sharing self with me and establishing of itself, shall we say, and establishing my value forever. Okay, so do you want to read that, Susie, in the personalized form? Just make sure we're okay with all of that, and then I'll read it to you.
Pure formless awareness of perfect love wants only its extension because its extension is its only treasure. I want my extensions as it wants its. My extensions are my gift to the Holy Trinity, extended in gratitude for my extension. They do not leave me any more than I left my source, but they extend my extension as pure formless awareness of perfect love. extends itself as me. Can I, as an extension of perfect love itself, take joy in what is not real?
I'm going to change that to through me. Through me. Instead of as me. It's better. Sorry, can I, as an extension?
Can I, as an extension of perfect love itself, take joy in what is not real? And what is real except the extensions of perfect love and those that extend like its extension? My extensions love me as I love my source for the gift of extension. There's no other gift that is eternal, and therefore there is no other gift that is true. How then can I accept anything else or give anything else and expect joy in return? Take that number 10 out.
Mm-hmm.
And what else but joy do I want? I made neither myself nor my function. I made only the decision to be unworthy of both. Yet I cannot make myself unworthy because I am the treasure of perfect love, and what it values is valuable. There can be no question of my worth because my value lies in perfect love's sharing of itself with me and establishing my value forever.
Right. Change a couple of things here. So establishing value forever, and then there was an experience up here. Take joy, experience joy. Okay. So I'll read this to you. So just sitting comfortably, breathing in, breathing out. Allow these words to drop into your awareness. And repeat the words after me and the gaps that I leave. Pure formless awareness of perfect love wants only its extension, because its extension is its only treasure. I want my extensions as it wants its. My extensions of peace, love, and joy are my gift to the Holy Trinity. Extended in gratitude for my extension. And do not leave me any more than I left my source. But they extend my extension as pure formless awareness of perfect love extends itself through me. can I, as an extension of perfect love itself, experience joy in what is not real, and what is real accept extensions of perfect love, and those that extend like its extension. My extensions love me as I love my source for the gift of extension. There is no other gift that is eternal, and therefore there is no other gift that is true. How then can I accept anything else or give anything else and expect joy in return? And what else but joy do I want? I made neither myself nor my function. I made only the decision to be unworthy of both. Yet, I cannot make myself unworthy, because I am the treasure of perfect love. And what it values is valuable. There can be no question of my worth, because my value lies in perfect love's sharing of itself with me, and so establishing my value forever. And so it is. Okay, number 6. Alternatively,
Your function is to add to perfect love's treasure by creating yours. It's will.
so read the read the
sorry.
original. Sorry, original. Your function is to add to God's treasure.
Your function is to add to God's treasure by creating yours. Your function is to add to perfect love's treasure by creating yours.
So creating would be extending. Extending yours. So that's interesting. What does he mean by that?
Your function is to add to perfect love's treasure by extending yours.
Extending your treasure. So your treasure is your worth. By extending your worthiness. Your treasure, your true treasure is your worthiness. So I think if we clarify that, extending your worthiness makes it clearer, doesn't it?
Yeah, because you're already worthy. You just want to continue to extend it, what you've got, as worthy.
And when we do that, when we share our own worthiness, that has value. That's the only thing of real value in this world.
Yeah.
So when you share that, however that looks, it can look many different ways. But we always recognize when someone is coming from a place of worthiness, don't we? We're like, okay, I get it. There's something about the quality of what that person says or does that communicates that. And then we resonate with it if you're open to it. There's a truth in that. There's an integrity, there's a quality, there's a value that comes through. And that's true value in this world. If anyone does that and really lives from their authentic self and then extends that out, you can experience whatever they're doing as that. And then, that worth extends out, and that's what creates the value. So if you're doing that in form as let's say a business, that's what creates the value in the business.
Yeah.
You're extending your own worth out, your own treasure, which is your worthiness, in and through and by your actions in pursuit of that, whatever it is that your purpose is, your function on this level of form. So in your case, that might be speaking, doing podcasts, maybe writing another book, giving talks. So you extend, your function is to add to perfect life's treasure by extending your worthiness.
It's just a topic, like you said, I've always struggled with, or knew what I had of value. And you're right, there is nothing, if you've already got it. But yeah.
And in doing that, you see, then you have to learn. If you keep extending your worthiness and giving that in what you say and what you do, then you must come to know eventually that you are worthy. And then you undo the ego's unworthiness program. So this is how it works. This is what our special function in this world is designed to do. To extend your worthiness. So you give it. As you give it, you come to know it as yours. And that's the purpose that your special function has in this world. You can learn your own treasure, your own worthiness. Okay, so it's his will to you, his will for you. Okay. So it's awareness. Does that work? It's awareness to you. It's awareness for you. So it's awareness given to you, maybe. It's awareness given to you. That's italicized already. It's awareness given to you is it's awareness for you. He will not withhold creation from you because his joy is in it. It would not. It does not want to withhold extension from you because its joy is in. Joy lies. Joy lies in this. Cannot find joy except as pure forms once perfect love does. So Susie, you want to carry on? You cannot find joy except as God does.
You cannot find joy except as God does. His joy lay in creating you, and he extends his fatherhood to you so that you can extend yourself as he did.
Its joy.
Its joy lay in creating you, and he extends its source to you.
Joy lies. Let's make it Just make it present tense. Its joy lies in extending you and it extends its fatherhood. Right. So I guess we have to translate that as sourcehood. That actually is a word, not sourcehood. Extends its sourcehood to you so that you can extend yourself as it did. So we become like our source. We can father or be creators of truth. So whenever we extend love, whatever form, we are creating like our source did. And if that takes tangible form in this world, then that form is infused with that loving essence, which creates the value, extending our worthiness, extending love out in our form creations, our words and our actions is what creates their value. Extends its sourcehood to you so that you can extend yourself as it did. Okay.
You do not.
Yeah.
You do not understand this because you do not understand him. Yeah, I'm just saying I'm going to get a bit confused, and now it's just told me I am confused.
You do not understand it, yeah, because you do not understand it.
Yeah.
You don't understand this because you do not understand it. Okay, so we don't understand, and we should just say pure formless awareness, perfect love. And no one who does not accept his function.
No one who does not accept his function can understand what it is, and no one can accept his function unless he knows what he is.
Okay, so we can't really understand it. Who does not accept his function. No one who does not accept. Change that to there. Function can understand what it is. Okay, so by definition, you don't accept your function, you can't understand what it is. No one can accept his function unless he knows what he is. One can accept their function. Unless they know what they are. So our function comes from what we are. If we've denied who we are, then we can't know our function. Our function, or our purpose, is a direct derivative of our source, of our true identity. Which is why in the Masterclass Letting Go course we do the naming your game, the flipping your flop, establishing your essence identity, and then the purpose extends from that. Function or higher purpose extends from that. Okay. Creation is the will.
Creation is the will of God.
Just read it all to the end of the paragraph, and then we'll do the alternative.
Creation is the will of God. His will created you to create. Your will was not created separate from his, and so you must will as he wills. Extension is the will of pure formless awareness of perfect love. Its will extends you to extend. Your will was not extends separate from its, and so you must will as he wills.
Extension is the will of pure formless awareness, perfect love. Let's try and translate will, but is the function of pure formless awareness. Extension is the intention.
Your will is like determination, but you can't put determination in, can you? Because you're changing its.
Well, it's like a wanting. The idea of the will of God is that it's you know it's a will. Hey, it's a will that's. Shh. Hey, do you want to go outside? Come on. Okay. Sorry, go back. Where were we?
The will.
Will is intention. Extension is the intention of pure formless awareness of perfect love. Rather than will. Extension is the will of pure formless awareness of perfect love. Intention is the will of perfect love. Intention is the intention of perfect love. It's awareness extends you to extend. Let's change that to awareness. It's awareness. Extension is the awareness of perfect love. So awareness extends you to extend. So we are extensions of this awareness. This awareness is everywhere. In truth, there is no extension, right? In level one, in this awareness, pure formless awareness of perfect love, the idea of extension is meaningless because it's everywhere. It's everywhere. It's eternal. It's infinite. So how can you extend what's infinite? But from this perspective of a separated self, where we seem to be separate from that, extension is meaningful. We seem to be extended by this source, and then we seem to extend it. So remember, these are all level 2 concepts. Extension, extending, because this is how we find our way back to what is infinite and eternal. By realizing it's extending us, we are extended by it, and then we extend as it extends. It brings us back into this pure formless awareness of perfect love in our own awareness. So it's another learning device. You don't understand this, but you don't understand pure formless awareness of perfect love. No one who does not accept their function can understand what it is. No one can accept their function unless they know what they are. Extension is the intention of perfect love. Its awareness extends you to extend. Okay, so your will is not extended. Your will is not extended, separate from its. Will is not extended, separate from your awareness. It's not extended, separate from its. And so you must will as he wills. So you must have the same awareness.
Bit of a tongue twister, this one, isn't it? It's got too many of the same.
See if we can clear it up. Your awareness is not extended separate from its awareness. So you must have the same awareness as it. It's better, I think. But just does this make sense to you?
It would have been better with the other awareness in it as well. I know you got three in the same sentence, but you know, when you said it, it's awareness, and so you must have the same awareness as its awareness. Or is it
You must
not?
have the same. You must have the same awareness as it.
Yeah, that's okay.
That's because otherwise there's just too many awarenesses.
Yeah.
It becomes clumsy. But do you understand? Do you see what we're doing with this?
Yeah.
Instead of the will of God, which sort of implies, I always think that word implies some kind of other entity. You know, like it's like another entity outside of you, and you must do the will of God. And there's some kind of will is usually associated with intention, with some kind of command, some kind of. But that's actually not what he's referring to. Will of God is just the awareness, pure formless awareness of perfect love. That's what the will of God is. So you take out will and you make it awareness. It's much gentler, it's much softer, isn't it? So your awareness is not extended separate from its awareness, because it's one and the same awareness. And so you must have the same awareness as it. He's stating it over and over, it's obvious, but he says this so many times, in so many ways, because we haven't accepted it. Our awareness is its awareness. There is no difference. There is no separation. There is no separate awareness. There's no separate will. It's one singular awareness. And we cannot be apart from it. Well, that's the whole teaching. That's what he's over and over. He's repeating in these different ways, these different forms, using language to get us to understand it and start to, not just intellectually, but accept it on a deeper level. So the more time you spend, you go through this course painstakingly. I want to understand this is not quick and easy, but you go through it and you're rewiring yourself, aren't you? Something that's happening here. It's like, okay, the more time I spend with this, the more I get into this language, the more I see it's actually a very simple message. And he's telling that message in many different ways. He's using language very cleverly to communicate this in all of its different ways and aspects and forms. So that if we keep doing this, ultimately we have to understand that, okay, it's very simple. There's only one awareness. There is no separation between me and my source and me and any other awareness. There's only one singular awareness. I am that awareness. And my awakening, my salvation lies in understanding that. That's all. Very simple. So simple that the ego can't accept it and will deny it with all of its might. No, it can't be that simple. We've got to make it more complicated than that. Okay, so what's he saying here? Summary.
Oh, there's a lot of awareness going off there. That's what he's saying. Be aware of its
talking about function. So start at the top. Your function is to add to perfect love's treasure by extending your worthiness. I think that's a key point.
Oh, yes, it is. Yeah.
Right. So your special function, he calls it in this world, is to add to perfect love's treasure, which is the extension, by extending your own worthiness. And so we can only add true value and true worth in this world when we extend our worthiness. Anything that's coming from a lack of self-worth is ultimately destructive. And we see that. Look at someone like Donald Trump, right? Great example. So he's tried to extend into the world, project really, because it's all projection, because it's coming from ego. This big self, I'm the great I am, and this whole illusion of Donald Trump. And yet, because he doesn't actually feel worthy deep down, all of that is false, and it doesn't really extend anything of value. He hasn't really extended his own worthiness. He's extended his unworthiness. So his littleness is the flip side of his grandiosity. He feels little and weak and actually a victim. And then the grandiosity is the flip side of that. Then he tries to compensate for that by all the grandiosity. But actually what he's extending in all that grandiosity is his own unworthiness. Or projecting, rather. Let's use the language correctly. Project your unworthiness, you extend your worthiness. And so everything he does has that kind of quality of being fake. And it doesn't really add any value to him. Even though temporarily, people voted for him and they were taken in. But actually, if you look at it, where's the real value? Is there anything of substance there? There isn't. It's just a pack of lies, and it's a house of cards. And now, interesting, as he's been indicted and might facing criminal charges, might go to prison. Because the whole thing was smoke and mirrors, it's grandiosity, without any true worthiness. So that's an example of what not to do. Don't extend your unworthiness, even if it looks grandiose, because it's going to fail you. But if you extend your true worthiness, what's deep inside of you, which you know to be worthy, you extend that out, then people will appreciate, people who are of the right mind, not necessarily Trump supporters, will experience that worthiness and they will value it. And then there's a sense of true worth and true value that comes through that. And that's your function in the world, is to do that. And when you fulfill that function, then you learn that you are worthy. Because you must be, because look, you've extended this out, other people value the worth, and you can see the worth, you can see the value because of their response to it. I mean, the Art of Letting Go community and the course was a great example of it. I couldn't doubt, the end of this course, I couldn't doubt anymore that this was coming from God, that it was worthy. Because of the effects. So you see the effects on people. You go, wow, it just wouldn't be possible for people to have all these miracles and these shifts and these transformations if it wasn't coming from what's true.
It's true.
And so then in my own mind, it's like, well, the whole journey, it's worthwhile. All of the many long nights and lack of sleep and so on is worthwhile because it's been the extension of my own true worthiness in this form through this community. And then you see the effects of it. And then you can't doubt anymore. Like, how can I doubt my own worthiness when this is what came through me, you see? And the same will be true of anyone in the community who extends their worthiness in a form. It won't look exactly the same. It'll be, whatever. You create a community. You create a form, whatever that may be. In your case, you want to do a podcast. But extend your worthiness, which is the same worthiness as mine and everyone else's, into that. And then people will appreciate it and it will add value. And that value in this world can often be monetized. So then you can create a business from it. But you see, primarily it's about the value. What is the source of the value? And that has to come from your own worthiness. Otherwise, it will be lacking in that quality. And it won't be sustainable. I think that's probably what you experienced before. You were trying to build something but you weren't building it from your own true worthiness. And so it didn't sustain. But now if you do it differently, you do it from your own worthiness, and that's true, and you know that, then it will have the sustainability and grow, because it's coming from true source. So that, first line, I mean, it's a whole teaching just on that, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, and the rest I'll leave to you. Let's see what's he saying in the rest of the paragraph.
Well, you've mentioned awareness a pretty lot of times, so I guess he's trying to get across to us that it's the awareness it does not want to be. It is a worthy issue here, You cannot find joy except as pure forms of awareness. So it's all about starting, like you said, right at the beginning. And then it's highlighted again and again and again for you to see that it's all about your value, your worthiness.
Mm.
And that if nobody, and if you can't accept this, because you don't understand it and you can't accept it, it's the only way to be, it's the only way to go.
Mm. So you must accept your function of extending this awareness, this worthiness, in order to know it, in order to know what that worthiness is. So very clearly saying extension is an integral part of this. Can you really know yourself if you don't extend this self? So the call is to extend this through our words and our actions into the world. And that becomes your true purpose or function. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
And then you come to know through this process that your awareness is the same awareness as your sources. There's only one awareness. Okay, so it's personalize this. So my function is to add to perfect love's treasure by extending my worthiness.
So it's given to me.
So awareness given to me is its awareness for me.
Don't want to withhold extension from me because its joy lies in this. I cannot find joy except as pure forms of perfect love. Its joy lies in extending my mood.
And forethought to me.
So that I can extend myself.
And I can extend myself as it did.
See, you know, when you're reading this back again, I can see that I'm not understanding it. I'm not getting it, because worthiness seems to be a big thing for me and value.
Mm-hmm.
But yet your heart knows the truth. So it's the head stuff again. It's like the mind's kicking in, isn't it?
Mm.
But your heart knows anyway, because that's why you can't, that's why we do this, don't we? Because you do know the truth. But if you're trying to understand it, yeah, I can sense something happening, yeah.
Mm.
No one who does not accept their function can understand what it is, and no one can.
Personalised and extending me, it extends its source to me, so I extend myself as it did. So I can extend as I was extended. I can create, extend as it was created, as I was created. And this is my function. My one, purpose in this world is to extend love.
Mm.
But I have a special, unique way of doing that. So that's how the Holy Spirit uses the specialness and uniqueness of your individual situation and your talents and your abilities and your whole life. Constructively. It says, okay, well, we can take all of that and we can extend love out through this special channel that you are, in a special, unique way. But it's the same love. It's the same source. And so you actually have, you don't even have to give up a special function. You have that in this world.
Mm.
I don't understand this because I do not understand pure formless awareness of perfect love. Right? No one who does not accept their function can understand what it is. And no one can accept their function unless they know what they are. I do not understand this because I do not understand. Also, no one who does not accept their function can understand what it is. No one can accept their function unless they know what they are. Okay? Extension is the intention of perfect love. So awareness extends. So awareness extends me to extend. My awareness is not extended separate from its awareness. So I must have the same awareness as it. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to read that. Make sure we're okay with that.
My function is to add to perfect love's treasure by extending my worthiness. Its awareness given to me is its awareness for me. It does not want to withhold extension from me because its joy lies in this. I cannot find joy except as pure formless awareness of perfect love does. Its joy lies in extending me, and it extends its sourcehood to me so that I can extend myself as it did. I do not understand this because I do not understand pure formless awareness of perfect love. No one who does not accept their function can understand what it is, and no one can accept their function unless they know what they are. Extension is the intention of perfect love. Its awareness extends me to extend. My awareness is not extended, separate from its awareness, and so I must have the same awareness as it.
Okay, makes sense.
Yeah. A lot to get round that one. Not because you like I said, the heart knows, it's the head, it's the mind that's because like you said, the ego's biggest thing is value and worthiness, and I'm sensing something there.
Yeah, the ego will have resistance to this. Your only function is to extend your worthiness. It's going to have a huge problem with that because it doesn't believe it's worthy. So how can your whole function be to extend worthiness if it believes it's unworthy? It can't. So what it ends up doing is projecting its unworthiness out, because that's the mind will extend or project, as he says, one way or another. So it projects its unworthiness out and then miscreates all kinds of problems, all kinds of dysfunction manifest because of that. Okay, so are you happy with that? Shall I read that to you? Yeah, you've got to be quiet. What can happen? The dog's just decided he wants some attention.
He's not happy today, is he?
Well, he's he wants to play or something. He wants me to throw a ball. Yeah, but it's like 9:30. What's going on? Huh? If I put you outside, what's going to happen?
What? Have you got many left, Jono? Or
we have 4 paragraphs, 7, 8, 9, and 10, but they're quite short.
well, do you want to take 10 minutes and I'll move to another room and go and see if you want to take the dog out into the garden, just throw a ball for I don't know. I don't mind. I can just go and make a cup of tea or.
Yeah. Okay. Well, let's take 5 minutes.
Yeah.
To see if I can entertain him somehow. He wants my attention. That's the problem.
Yeah. I don't mind him, do you? Using the word awareness that many times in that paragraph, it was bound to happen, Johnny.
All right. I'll see you in 5 minutes.
All right, Johnny.
Thanks. All right. You there, Susie?
Yep.
Hmm. Okay, so where are we?
You're going to repeat the...
Right. Number 6. So shall I read this to you?
Yes,
You
please.
there?
Yeah.
My function. So yeah, just take a nice deep breath in and out with your breath. Listen to these words and repeat them after me. My function is to add to perfect love's treasure by extending my worthiness. Its awareness given to me is its awareness for me. It does not want to withhold extension from me because its joy lies in this. I cannot find joy except as pure formless awareness of perfect love does. Its joy lies in extending me, and it extends its sourcehood to me so that I can extend myself as it did. I do not understand this because I do not understand pure formless awareness of perfect love. No one who does not accept their function can understand what it is. No one can accept their function unless they know what they are. Extension is the intention of perfect love. If awareness extends me to extend, my awareness is not extended separate from its awareness. And so I must have the same awareness as it. And so it is. No, didn't record that. That was silly. Okay, never mind. Record it another time. So 7. An unwilling will does not mean anything.
An unwilling will does not mean
Being a
anything.
contradiction in terms. You want to read that, Susie?
An unwilling will does not. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, that's okay. An unwilling will does not mean anything, being a contradiction in terms that actually means nothing. An unwilling will does not mean anything, being a contradiction in terms that actually means nothing. When you think you are unwilling to will with God, you are not thinking. When you think you are unwilling to will with pure formless awareness of perfect love, you are not thinking.
They're telling us this isn't really thought.
Mm.
The unwillingness to to will. It's difficult to translate will into anything else, so I think we'll just leave it. Unwilling to be aware of, maybe. You're unwilling to be aware of
That
pure
makes
formless.
sense, yeah.
Maybe that's unwilling to be aware of perfect love. You are not thinking. Perfect love's will is thought. Perfect love's awareness. God's will is thought. Perfect love's awareness is thought. So he defines it. Talks about thought with a capital T in other parts of the course. He's saying this awareness is thought.
It cannot be contradicted by thought.
Yeah, and that's thought with a small t.
God does not contradict himself, and his sons who are like him cannot contradict themselves or him. Pure formless awareness of perfect love does not contradict itself, and its extensions who are like it cannot contradict themselves or it. Yet their thought is so powerful that they can even imprison the mind of God's Son if they so choose. Yet their thought is so powerful that they can even imprison the mind of perfect love's extension if they so choose. So could that be happening on an unconscious level without you even knowing?
No. We don't know.
So that's why.
That we're doing this.
So that's why it takes 20 years with the Course of Miracles.
No, it's an undoing of a thought system that we thought is reality. We've thought this thought system is who we are. It's what reality is. It's how the world works. And now you've got to undo that and train your mind to believe in another thought system that's completely opposite and is opposite to everything the world has taught you. So that's a bit of a challenge. It's not going to happen. Well, it can happen overnight, but then that happens by grace. You have a sudden awakening like Eckhart Tolle. It can happen. More usually, people, it's a slow, steady progression, a process of mind training.
This choice does make the Son's function unknown to him, but never to his creator. This choice does make the extensions function unknown to him, but never to his source. And because it's not unknown to his creator, it is forever knowable to him. And because it is not unknown to his source, it is forever knowable to him. Interesting.
Yeah. So we can deny it and believe in this illusion that we're somehow separate from our source and we don't know our function, but we're confused and lost in the world. But it's maintained in our source. Our function is maintained in this awareness. And so that because that awareness is eternal, it's indestructible, it's still there for us when we allow it. When we choose again, allow it back in, then it's still there, as though it had never been denied.
So does it not take over from, or doesn't understand the ego stuff? It doesn't get involved in all that stuff, does it? Because sometimes when you're listening to the conversation in my own head, it's never going to intervene or anything, because your focus is so much on the rubbish that's going off in the head rather than the truth.
Yeah, well, the truth is, the Holy Spirit's only judgment of all of that is none of it's true.
Yeah.
Holy Spirit looks at all of that and says, look, it's all illusion. None of it is true at all. So just recognize that, and you're free of it. If you recognize it's not true, then why would you believe it?
Yeah.
How can you take it so seriously? So, that's the Holy Spirit's one judgment. It doesn't get into the intricacies and, oh, well, that's true and that's not. It's just like, no, it's all untrue. The whole thing's untrue. Whatever you're thinking, believing, perceiving in the dream world is untrue. And it just reminds us of that. It says, none of this is true. So you can leave it all behind. None of it's true. You can go back to truth and leave the entire thing behind. Just deconstruct it. And that's where it's pointing. It's beyond the world. Okay, so we'll summarize this. All right, just go here. Summarize this, okay? So
It doesn't mean anything, does it? There's no contradictions, there's nothing. So truth cannot be contradicted. It is the truth. But it's the mind, it's the game of the mind, isn't it? It's the game of the ego. And you've got the choice, haven't you? You can choose. Which is the miracle, like you say, is the correction, isn't it?
So we seemingly have a choice, although in truth there is no choice. So this is the paradox. We seemingly have free will. We can choose to go one way or another. We can choose the illusion. Our thought is so powerful, cannot be contradicted by thought. So he says things like does not contradict itself. Extensions are like it cannot contradict themselves or it. So that's the ultimate truth. Yet their thought is so powerful that they can even imprison the mind of perfect love's extension, if they so choose. So we can seem to contradict it.
Depends how much you believe in that conditioned mind, isn't it? That's the only thing, because if the mind is, or you believe the mind is taking over. Interesting. So
where do you put your faith? Do you put it in the eternal truth, or do you put it in an illusion? we've invented.
No, you put it into truth. And I think that's always there. Like you just said, there's no contradictions. There's nothing. It is the truth.
And you have to recognize truth, you must recognize that the illusion is not true. See? That any thought that is not of perfect love, that's not pure formless awareness of perfect love, therefore doesn't exist. So that therein goes the whole universe. Subject, object, perception, duality, all of that thought is non-existent.
Yeah, but if you've believed it for such a long time, you would think that it's the truth, and the awareness is the truth.
Yeah.
I think that's where I keep having that battle in my head, because sometimes I go to bed and I think everything's all right, and then all of a sudden, but I know about it and I'm aware about it, yet it's not kicking in. It is kicking in because you're, like I said, the heart knows, but your head's the one that's. Because even now it's weird, even speaking to you, but I can still hear it banging in the background. Because that's what it does, doesn't it? That's what a mind does. If you're going to look at the mind, if there is a mind, but
yeah, the mind that believes in the falsity is addicted to it, and so it can't let go of this whole thought system.
It's weird because, like, some of the lessons you do, you kind of get a hang of it and you kind of all right, and then all of a sudden any other lessons, or you think, oh, that's a bit, it really starts eating at it then. But I am constantly aware, and I don't know whether my awareness for the noise is getting more, or unless it's always been the same. I haven't got a clue.
Well, I think you become more vigilant of it. You become more aware of the noise. And it can seem to be quite disturbing. Before, the noise was just what you accepted as normal. Now you're aware that it's not normal, but it's still kicking off. But there's an awareness that it's not normal. And so it becomes uncomfortable. It becomes not, this isn't comfortable and nice at all. Which is good, because that's how you're going to undo it. If you continue to tolerate it and go, this is okay, then that's what it'll be. It'll carry on.
Well, that's what acceptance is, isn't it? When you accept things, you're accepting it. It's in the background. It's not stopping me from doing anything. It won't stop me doing anything. But you've got that, haven't you? It's not that I'm accepting it, saying that it's the truth. I just ignore it, if that makes. Because I'm aware that it's there.
But that awareness, that awareness is the truth. And the awareness that knows that it's there, but you are not it.
Yeah.
That's the Holy Spirit. That's connecting you with your pure formless awareness of perfect love. That's the awareness in you that can discern and say, no, I know that all this noise is not the truth.
Yeah.
So as long as you have that, the ego kicks off, but as long as that awareness is there, you don't get lost in the awareness. You can observe it. Okay, well, it's kicking off and it's doing its thing, but there's an awareness that can observe it and realize that this isn't really true, and that there's another awareness. And then you're okay, because you can always come back to that higher awareness. We get really lost when we forget. So our high awareness is totally clouded over. The ego comes in. There's nothing else going on for us. And we believe that its thoughts and its awareness is our awareness. And there's nothing to counter that. Then we're totally lost. Well, we can never be totally lost, because underneath it, there'll always be that voice, a little still small voice that will come and say, no, don't do this. But some people get so lost that they just ignore that voice. They suppress it. They deny it. It's the voice of reason. It's the voice of wisdom. It's the voice of conscience. Oh, no, you can't do that. No, stop. I'll do it anyway. We don't listen to that still small voice. A lot of people don't listen. And then they suffer as a result. You don't listen to that, or then you got to suffer the consequences of listening to the ego. Okay, so are you happy with that summary? Can you kind of summarize it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think we did. So let's personalize this. An unwilling will does not mean anything. And contradiction in terms actually means nothing. And I think I'm unwilling, aware of perfect love. I'm not really thinking. Right? So any other thought other than perfect love, this pure formless oneness of perfect love is unreal. Perfect love's awareness is thought. Cannot be contradicted by, and then lowercase thought. Cannot be, pure formless oneness of perfect love does not contradict itself, and its extensions, who are like it, cannot contradict themselves or it. Yet their thought is so powerful that they can even imprison the mind of perfect love's extension, if they so choose. Right, memory should make that. That. Put it over there. If they so choose. Can even imprison the mind of perfect love's extension. Yeah. This choice does make the extension's function unknown to it, but never to its source. Because it is not unknown to its source, it is forever knowable to extension. So we'll just personalize that, I think. Yeah. So this choice will make my function. Let's put the my there. The mind of perfect love's extension. When we say an I as its extension, as its extension, you am like it, cannot contradict. Contradict myself or it. Yet thought is so powerful that I say choose. Can even imprison mind in perfect love's extension. Even imprison. Prison. So choose, I can even imprison my awareness of perfect love's extension. Choice does make my function unknown to it. Never to its source. Because it's not unknown to its source, is forever knowable to the extension. Thought is so powerful that if I so choose, I can imprison my awareness. Choice does make my function unknown. To me, but never to my source. It is not unknown to source, is forever knowable. To me as its extension. Okay. Want to read that, Susie? Let's just see if we're happy with it.
An unwilling will does not mean anything, being a contradiction in terms that actually means nothing. When I think I'm unwilling to be aware of perfect love, I am not really thinking. Perfect love's awareness is thought. It cannot be contradicted by thought. Your formless awareness of perfect love does not contradict itself, and I, as its extension, who am like it, cannot contradict myself or it. Yet my thought is so powerful that if I so choose, I can even imprison my awareness as perfect love's extension. This choice does make my function unknown to me, but never to my source. And because it's not unknown to my source, it is forever knowable to me as its extension.
Happy with that?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll read this to you. So just wait. Make yourself comfortable. Take a nice deep breath in, breathing in and out through the nose. Allow these words to come in to a deeper part of your mind and repeat them off to me in the gap that I leave between them. An unwilling world does not mean anything, being a contradiction in terms that actually means nothing. And I think I'm unwilling to be aware of perfect love. I am not really thinking. Perfect love's awareness is thought. A capital T. It cannot be contradicted by thought, small t. Pure formless awareness of perfect love does not contradict itself. And I, as its extension, who am like it, cannot contradict myself or it. Yet my thought is so powerful that, if I so choose, I can even imprison my awareness as perfect love's extension. This choice does make my function unknown to me. But never to my source. And because it is not unknown to my source, it is forever noble to me as its extension. And so it is. Okay, so moving on to number 8. There is no question, one, you should ever ask of yourself. You want to read that, Susie?
There is no question, but one you should ever ask of yourself. Do I want to know my Father's will for me? There is no question, but one you should ever ask of yourself. Do I want to know my source's will for me?
Yeah, I think colon would be better there. Do I want to know my sources?
Awareness for me.
Awareness for me, awareness of me. I think for me kind of works. Sources awareness. It's awareness for me, given to me.
He will not hide it. But the awareness is not hidden. But no, you don't want to go too far. Because you're trying to keep it as the same kind of text, ain't you?
Will not hide it.
Yeah.
Sources awareness for me. So it will not hide. I want to know my sources awareness. So it will not hide it. It will not hide maybe itself. It will not hide itself. will not hide itself. It has revealed.
Is it, do you just want me to read the alternative, not the above? Yeah, just the,
No, read the original because there's some translation to do.
he has, yeah.
Hmm?
Right, okay. He has revealed it to me because I asked it of him and learned of what he had already given. It has revealed it to me because I asked it of it.
Learned of what it had already given. So it's just not hide itself. It has revealed. It revealed itself to me because I asked this of it and learned of what it had already given. Right? So it's not hiding itself, it's already given it, and I'm just learning what's already there. Revealed itself to me because I've asked this of it. And learned of what it has already given. Yeah, our function is to work together.
Sorry, you need to go down a bit on the, so I can see the number 5, isn't it? Oh, our function is to work together because apart from each other we cannot function at all. Our function is to work together because apart from each other we cannot function at all. What was the word for function, or is function just the norm?
I think function can remain. Purpose, we could say our purpose. But he's used a play on function. Our function is to work together because without it we cannot function at all. We'll keep that. Play on function. Okay, the whole power of God's Son.
The whole power of God's Son lies in all of us, but not in any of us alone. The whole power of perfect love's extension lies in all of us, but not in any of us alone. God would not have us be alone because he does not will to be alone. Pure formless awareness of perfect love would not have us to be alone because he does not will to be alone. That is why.
Not have us be, so it does not. It does not want. Us to be alone because does not will to be alone.
That is why he created his Son and gave him the power to create with him. That is why he extends its extension and gave him the power to extend with it.
And this extension gave it power to extend.
That is by extension, it's going to give it power to extend with it.
and the power to extend with it. Extend its extension and gave power to extend. Extension is it, gave it to power to extend with itself. And that differentiates. Gave extends extension and gave it power to extend with itself. Okay. Our creations.
Our creations are as holy as we are, and we are the sons of God himself, as holy as he is. Our extensions are as holy as we are, and we are the extensions of pure formless awareness of perfect love itself, as holy as it is.
Extensions are as pure as we are. We are extensions of pure formless awareness. We are extensions of perfect love itself. As pure
As it is. Through our creations, we extend our love and thus increase the joy of the Holy Trinity. Through our extensions, we extend our love and thus increase the joy of the Holy Trinity. Just go down a bit so I can see number 10, please. Up a bit, sorry, not down.
Yeah.
Sorry.
You do not understand this?
Yeah, I definitely don't. You do not understand this because you, who are God's own treasure, do not regard yourself as valuable. You do not understand this because you, who are perfect love's own treasure, do not regard yourself as valuable. Given this belief, you cannot understand anything. Given this belief, you cannot understand anything.
Now, so there you go. If you believe that you are unworthy, then you can't understand anything because your whole frame of reference is false. So we create an insane world. It's not really understandable. Okay, so summarize this. This one. Right, that's this one. Okay, so what's he saying in this paragraph? Summarize that.
It's, do you want to know this awareness, the true awareness of who you are, or do you want to just go down the route of not believing or not having the will to understand the truth of who you are?
Mm.
Because you're not going to be able to, function or do anything. And especially if you feel that you're not valuable, if you don't value the truth of who you are. Yeah, it can all change, can't it, if you do value who you are. But if you don't value, it's just letting you know. You won't understand anything. Holding on to a belief that's not true. My light nearly went then.
Yeah. So when we extend our love. Through our extensions, we extend our love. So we increase the joy of the Holy Trinity. So there's an extension outwards. This is our true function. But if we block this and we deny it, then we must believe that we are not worthy.
Mm.
You are perfect love's own treasure. Do not regard yourself as valuable. So if we don't regard ourselves as valuable, how can we extend our value? Given this belief, you cannot understand anything. So believing we're unworthy means we can't really understand anything. Everything we understand is then misunderstood. Everything is misperceived. If we believe we're not worthy of love, our whole frame of reference is distorted, it's upside down, it's inverted, and all we can do is miscreate then a world that reflects that.
And that's the insanity you talk about, isn't it, Jono?
Mm. Yeah, it's totally insane.
Mm.
You are worthy by just as a given.
Mm.
Because of your source, you're worthy. So when you deny your worthiness, you deny your source's worthiness. It's a blasphemy. When you say I'm not worthy, you blaspheme the source and its extension. You say that is not worthy when it is.
Mm.
So to deny your own worth, your own true worth, is a blasphemy. It's as bad as cursing God, because you're cursing his extension. Its extension means that you're cursing the source, denying the source. The same applies to anyone. You condemn anyone, what are you doing? You're condemning your source, condemning his source. You're saying his source must be like him. So if he's to be condemned, then so must his source. And of course, that source is the ego. So then you believe in attack and condemnation as your reality instead of love. So you don't understand anything. Very clear. If you're in the illusion, you don't believe in your own worth, you can't really understand anything. Your entire understanding of yourself, the world, life is upside down. And it needs to be corrected. So that's why when we did the naming your game, the flipping the flop, it's so profound, because when you correct that belief, and you accept that you are worthy of love, that you are loved, then it changes your entire understanding of everything, your understanding of everything, yourself, the world, your life. And that's why it can be difficult, because suddenly your entire understanding has to be flip-flopped and changed. Okay, so the summary done. Personalize. There's no question but one that I should ever ask. I want to know my source's awareness for me. Will not hide itself. Need a full stop there. Which it will not hide itself. It's revealed itself to me because I asked this of it and learned of what it is already given. Our function, our function, sorry. Our function is to work together, because apart from each other, we cannot function at all. Power, perfect love's extension lies in all of us. Not in any of us alone. Summarised, perfect love does not want us to be alone because it does not will to be alone. That is why it extends. Its extension gave it the power to extend on itself. Extensions are as pure as we are. Extensions are as pure as we are, and we are extensions of perfect love itself, as pure as it is. Through our extensions, we extend our love, and so increase the joy of the Holy Trinity. It's changing, increase to extend, maybe. So extend the joy. I did not understand this because I who am perfect love's own treasure, do not regard myself as valuable. Given this belief, I cannot understand anything. Yeah, so I want to read that from the top, Susie, make sure you're happy with that, and then I'll read it to you.
Okie doke. There's no question but one that I should ever ask of myself.
Myself, yeah.
Do I want to know my source's awareness for me? It will not hide itself. It has revealed itself to me because I asked this of it and learned of what it has already given. Our function is to work together because apart from each other, we cannot function at all. The whole power of perfect love's extension lies in all of us, but not in any of us alone. Pure formless awareness of perfect love does not want us to be alone because it does not will to be alone. That is why it extends its extension and gave it the power to extend with itself. Our extensions are as pure as we are, and we are the extensions of perfect love itself. As pure as it is, through our extensions, we extend our love, and so extend the joy of the Holy Trinity. I do not understand this because I, who am perfect love, love's own treasure, do not regard myself as valuable. Given this belief, I cannot understand anything. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You happy with that?
Yeah.
Okay, so get yourself comfortable, take a nice deep breath in. And out through the nose, let these words drop into that sacred space in your mind, your awareness that you prepared for it. And repeat these words after me in the gaps that I leave between the words. There is no question but one that I should ever ask of myself. Do I want to know my source's awareness for me? It will not hide itself. It has revealed itself to me because I asked this of it and learned of what it has already given. Our function is to work together. Because apart from each other, we cannot function at all. The whole power of perfect love's extension lies in all of us. But not in any of us alone. Your formless awareness of perfect love does not want us to be alone, because it does not will to be alone. That is why it extends its extension and gave it the power to extend with itself. Our extensions are as pure as we are. And we are the extensions of perfect love itself. As pure as it is. Through our extensions, we extend our love. So extend the joy of the Holy Trinity. I do not understand this because I, who am perfect love's own treasure, do not regard myself as valuable. Given this belief, I cannot understand anything. And so it is. Okay. So number 9 and 10. 10's a very short paragraph, so one longer paragraph to go. So number 9, Susie. Do you want to read that? I share with God.
I share with God the knowledge of the value he puts upon you. I share with pure formless awareness of perfect love the knowledge of the value he puts upon you.
Value it puts.
Puts upon me. What's it?
No, it puts upon you. We're just going to translate it first. And we'll do the personalized version later.
Okay.
And knowledge. Knowledge with capital.
My devotion to you is of him, being born of my knowledge of myself and him.
My devotion to you is of it. My devotion to you comes from it. I like that. One of my knowledge of myself and it.
We cannot be separated. We cannot be separated.
Whom
whom
I just joined.
we cannot be separated. Whom God has joined cannot be separated, and God has joined at his sons with himself.
God has joined all his sons with himself.
Whom pure formless awareness of perfect love has joined cannot be separated, and pure formless awareness of perfect love has joined all its extensions with itself.
Okay. Can you be separated?
Can you be separated from your life and your being? The journey to pure formless awareness. Oh, I've done the wrong one. The journey to God is merely the reawakening of the knowledge of where you are always and what you are forever. The journey to pure formless awareness of perfect love is merely the reawakening of the knowledge of where you are always and what you are forever.
Okay. 7.
It is a journey without distance to a goal. I'm so sorry, I'm like flaking now. It is a journey without distance to a goal that has never changed. It is a journey without distance, a goal that has never changed.
Well, so there is no distance really. The goals never change.
Yeah.
You're going home to where you've always been. You never left it.
Mm.
So hence, journey without distance to goal has never changed.
Truth can only be experienced. Truth cannot be experienced. It cannot be described and it cannot be explained. It cannot be described and it cannot be explained. I can make you aware of the conditions of truth, but the experience is of God. I can make you aware of the conditions of truth, but the experience is of pure formless awareness of perfect love. Together we can meet its conditions, but truth will dawn upon you of itself. Together we can meet its conditions, but truth will dawn upon you of itself.
Yeah, we're nearly there, Susie.
Yeah, that's okay.
In a bit of a marathon. We can meet its conditions. Truth will dawn upon you of yeah, so what's he saying here? Number 9.
Oh my gosh. Let me have a look. Oh.
Well, the way to do the summary is just go, okay, so what's the key, like what is he saying? There's usually one key message, maybe sometimes 2. It's really, yeah, he's saying that it's already there.
Yeah. There's no separation here.
Yeah.
It is what it is. Yeah,
You
you're
can't
right.
really be separated. The first part of it is you can't really be separated from your source, from your life and your being. Not really possible. Can you be separated from your life, the source of your life and your being? No, you can't. And then the corollary of this is, well, so the journey back to pure formless awareness of perfect love is merely the reawakening of where you always are. You are always and what you are forever. So you're just remembering what you are forever. So it's a journey without distance to a goal that's never changed. There is no distance really in truth because you're not separated from what you are. The goal has never changed. It's eternal. And then it says truth can only be experienced.
Yeah, and it can't be described and it can't be explained, which is, yeah, because it's your own unique experience, isn't it?
Well, truth, the truth, the accounts of the mystics when they go into this higher awareness are very similar. So again, they're trying to explain in words what can't really be explained. This is why mystic experience doesn't really transfer very well, because you can't really put it into words. So this is what he's saying. There's a universal theology is impossible, but a universal experience is not only possible but necessary. And this course leads you to this experience. The experience of truth, which can't really be described and explained. So it's mystic. It's beyond a piece that surpasses all understanding. How do you explain it rationally? What he can do is he can train our minds to let go of everything that's false, to remove the blocks to the awareness of love's presence. And that's what this whole course is about. And he frames it really well at the beginning in the introduction to the text.
Mm.
He tells us that this course does not aim at teaching the meaning of love, for that is beyond what can be taught. It does aim at removing the blocks to the awareness of love's presence, which is our natural inheritance. Oh, introduction, there we go. So he's framing it here. He's saying, I can't teach you the meaning of love because it's pure experience. It's beyond what can be taught. But I can teach you to remove the blocks to the awareness of love's presence because you can learn how to overcome those. So he stays true to that, that promise the whole way through the text. So truth can only be experienced, cannot be described, and cannot be explained. And he can make us aware of the conditions of truth. Experience is pure formless awareness of perfect love. Together we can meet its conditions, but truth will dawn upon you of itself. So he's training us to meet its conditions. We let go of all blocks, and then it will come. Because that's all that's left, really. Kind of cuts away everything that's false, and what's left must be true. You see the methodology. Okay, so let's personalize this quickly. I share with your form source perfect love, knowledge of the value it puts upon you. I share the knowledge of the value that's upon me. So Yeshua
We share the knowledge.
shares the knowledge of the value,
Upon me.
your formless awareness of perfect love.
Devotion to
My devotion
you. Comes from it being born upon
your formless perfect love puts on me. Shares with me the knowledge of the value. Maybe that's better. Shares the knowledge of the value. Shares with me the knowledge of the value. Your formless awareness of perfect love puts upon me.
comes from it being born of my knowledge of myself and it.
His devotion, so mine becomes his. His devotion to me comes from it.
It's. I thought you add in it instead of his or her or.
No, we're talking about Yeshua here.
Oh right. Oh sorry.
Yeshua shares with me.
Yeah.
So he's saying I, but then that becomes third person. His devotion to me comes from it. Being pure formless awareness of perfect love. Being born of my knowledge of myself. Being born of his knowledge. Of born of his knowledge of his self. His knowledge of his self and his source. It cannot be separated. In pure formless once the perfect love is joined, cannot be separated. So we probably take that out. Summary, in pure formless, repeating. Join all of its extensions with itself. Can you be separated from your life, your being? Pure formless awareness of perfect love is merely the reawakening knowledge of where I am always and what I am forever. A journey without distance. The goal has never changed. Truth can only be experienced. A journey without distance, goal, truth can only be experienced, cannot be described, cannot be explained. So I can only experience. Let's make it first person. Can only experience truth. Cannot be described and it cannot be explained. This can make me aware of the conditions of truth that the experience is pure formless awareness of perfect love. Is the it is the pure formless awareness of perfect love. Together we can meet its conditions. Truth will dawn upon me of itself. Yeah, you want to read that from the top, make sure that I'm good with it.
Yeshua shares with me the knowledge of the value pure formless awareness of perfect love puts upon me. His devotion to me comes from it, being born of his knowledge of his self and his source, whom pure formless awareness of perfect love has joined cannot be separated, and pure formless awareness of perfect love has joined all its extensions with itself. Can you be separated from your life and your being? The journey to pure formless awareness of perfect love is merely the reawakening of the knowledge of where I am always and what I am forever. It's in a journey without distance to a goal that has never changed. I can only experience truth. It cannot be described and it cannot be explained. Yeshua can make me aware of the conditions of truth, but the experience is the pure formless awareness of perfect love. Together we can meet its conditions, but truth will dawn upon me of itself.
Okay, happy with that?
Yeah.
Okay, so just not comfortable, so moving comfortably, and take a nice deep breath in and out, and just allow these words to drop into a deeper part of your mind, and affirm their truth by saying them after me in the gaps that I leave. So Yeshua shares with me the knowledge of the value, pure formless awareness of perfect love puts upon me. His devotion to me comes from it. Being born of his knowledge of his self and his source. Whom pure formless awareness and perfect love is joined, cannot be separated. And pure formless awareness of perfect love has joined all its extensions with itself. Can I be separated from my life and my being? The journey to pure formless awareness of perfect love is merely the reawakening of the knowledge where I am always, what I am forever. It is a journey without distance to a goal that has never changed. I can only experience truth. It cannot be described, and it cannot be explained. Yeshua can make me aware of the conditions of truth. The experience is the pure formless awareness, perfect love. itself. Together, we can meet its conditions. But truth will dawn upon me of itself. And so it is. Okay, so last one, Elaine. Last one, Susie. Sorry.
What God has willed for you is yours. What pure, formless awareness of perfect love has willed for you is yours. He has given his will to his treasure, whose treasure it is. He has given its will to its treasure, whose treasure it is. Your heart map.
It's given its awareness, shall we say?
Yeah.
So it has.
He has given its awareness to its treasure. Yeah.
Given its awareness to its treasure.
Your
whose
heart.
treasure it is.
Treasure, those treasures, yeah. Your heart lies where your treasure is, as his does. Your heart lies where your treasure is, as it does. You who are beloved of God are wholly blessed. You who are beloved of pure formless awareness of perfect love are wholly blessed. Learn this of me and free the holy will of all those who are blessed as you are. Learn this of me and the free the holy will.
Holy will would be pure formless awareness.
Pure formless awareness. All those who are as blessed as you are.
Yeah, it's a very short one.
Yeah.
What's he saying in summary? Yeah.
That you are pure formless awareness of perfect love.
What it has willed for us is ours. Has willed for you. Pure formless awareness of perfect love is aware of for you, is yours. And because it's aware of it, it's yours. It's given its awareness to its treasure, whose treasure it is. It's given its awareness to its treasure. Whose treasure it is. Does that make sense? So what is? Whose treasure it is. To its treasure. Whose treasure its treasure is. I think maybe we just take that out.
Yeah, I was just about to say that. Just read through that again.
It's given its awareness to its treasure.
Yeah, yeah.
Your heart lies where your treasure is, as it does. So our heart is where your treasure is. And what do we treasure? Our heart is what we treasure, so that's our core belief. What do we believe? We believe we're worthy or unworthy, as it does. Pure formless awareness, perfect love's heart lies in us, in our worthiness. You are beloved and perfect love, are wholly blessed.
Learn this of me.
Learn this whole blessing of me, and free the pure formless awareness of all those who are as blessed as you are. Free the holy will. Free the minds, free the awareness, all those who are as blessed as you are. Free the awareness of all those who are as blessed as you are. To pure formless awareness, to free them. Free the awareness of all those holy will, the whole awareness. Holy will, free the whole awareness. Those who are as blessed as you are. Well, there, I guess. Just as you are. Okay, so he's saying here that we are the treasure of God and treasure of pure formless awareness. Our heart lies where this treasure is. So we acknowledge it, then our heart lies in our own true worthiness, and we are wholly blessed in this, because you wouldn't be blessed when you believe you have everything. So learn this of me and free the whole awareness of all those who are as blessed as you are. Free everyone into this awareness. In other words, say free the whole awareness. Free them into pure form awareness, pure formless awareness. Free all those who are blessed as you are to experience.
Yeah.
Free them to experience pure formless awareness. Perfect love. Okay. All right. So let's translate, personalize. Pure formless awareness of perfect love is aware of. For me is is mine.
Has given its awareness to its treasure.
Has given its awareness to its treasure. Given its awareness to its treasure, to me as its treasure. My heart lies where the treasure is. As does its. You are beloved in perfect love, are wholly blessed. And so me and free the awareness of all those. I who am beloved of perfect love, am wholly blessed. Choose to learn this from Yeshua. Choose to learn this. Free the awareness of all those who are blessed. As I am, to experience pure formless awareness of perfect love. Okay, read that from the top there. Make sure you're happy with that little one.
What pure formless awareness of perfect love is aware of for me? It has given its awareness to me as its treasure. My heart lies where my treasure is, as does its. I who am beloved of perfect love am wholly blessed. I choose to learn this and free the awareness of all those who are as blessed as I am to experience pure formless awareness of perfect love. Yeah.
The awareness of all those as blessed as I am. Experience, I free it to experience pure formless awareness. Yeah, okay, I think that makes sense. So last little reading, do the slow reading. So just breathing in, breathing out through the nose. These words drop in. The breath into the spacious awareness, and you're going to affirm their truth and the gaps between the words that I leave. Say the words aloud. What pure formless awareness of perfect love is aware of for me is mine. It has given its awareness to me as its treasure. My heart lies where my treasure is, as does its. I, who am beloved of perfect love, am wholly blessed. I choose to learn this from Yeshua. And free the awareness of all those who are as blessed as I am. To experience pure, formless awareness, perfect love. And so it is. Amen to that. Okay, so that concludes this somewhat of a marathon session. So I think the key points there are that we are this awareness. We are extended as this awareness. We just need to accept it as our own awareness. And in that we are healed.
Yeah.
And accept the worthiness. What came through very strongly here was the worthiness. Accept that we are worthy. If we don't accept we're worthy, then we're actually confused, completely confused about everything if we don't accept our worth.
Interesting.
Yeah. Okay, so I think that's it for the evening. Thank you, Susie. So I'll see you again next week, maybe.
Yeah.
And have a good weekend in the meantime. And, keep practicing.
I will do, Johnny, and you.
Mm.
Well, don't you practice, but you know what I mean.
Well, yeah, I do practice. This is my practice. It's the work and running the sessions. I don't have time to do much else, but then I'm practicing in the sessions. So, yeah, it's a pretty full-on immersion, really.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll see you again next week sometime, maybe Sunday. We're doing a session Sunday afternoon or next week. And thanks for sticking with us till the end. It's really appreciated because trying to finish this, it gets really hard to do it on my own.
Yeah, I guess it does, but it's okay.
So thanks for staying with it. And yeah, I think there was a message there for you. So, the worthiness thing.
Yeah, that's hit me a bit actually. Because that's how I've lived all my life, I guess. Not now that I'm aware.
Changing it.
Okay.
All right. Thanks
a lot, Johnny. Good night.
Okay. Night to you too. Namaste.
Namaste.
All right. So thanks to Susie for joining, and hopefully see you all again tomorrow. Session at 12:30 tomorrow. UK time, it's 1:30 SA time. So we'll do an afternoon session. It's me signing off for the evening. Bye for now.